have the video and audio on the live stream, so I can say welcome everybody to the Tuesday night, August 25th, 2015 in Western Canada at least, meeting of the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group, as we have for a couple of years now, I guess. I think it was maybe even 2.5 years, I think. And we have special guests tonight. Armen is here. Hey. And we have Vince and a few others as well. And maybe some more will join as we go along. So we need to have something to show live. Anybody have anything they want to bring up right away to show and tell, or any particular topics you'd like to talk about? Got to get a screenshot on besides a black screen. I can put my video on. Let me see, what about that I'm working on?
We need Guy in that picture there. Guy needs to turn his video on, I think.
Turn my video on?
Yeah, we could have Guy in the lab in the background. We have our background stuff. Do you want to turn your video on? And I turn mine on too, and we can see some of the stuff that we're working with here. He just brought some new items today to play with. He always brings me things here and things for himself and so on to work with, and it's hard to keep up with boxes just to keep everything in. We've been dealing with that, but you know, we can't resist when we run into things like he brought this today. It's like a perfect little half sphere, as you can see, and let me just I guess oh, there we go, spotlight the video. There we go. And so it's a nice little half sphere. It's Tupperware, so it's really tough. And it's got this really cool hinged lid. Okay, so if this was on the bottom, sitting there like that, then this opens up. Really neat. And it's almost like it is an airtight seal as well. Really tough, so you could actually put a vacuum on it, I believe, and I don't think it would bother it. The bottom might be a little bit of reinforcement. Even that's quite stiff, so it's made to take some suction to it. And you got this one at thrift store, or just,
yeah, thrift store.
Right on. So it's a good find. Nice little reactor case. You can run a little ping pong ball reactor inside of this. And I think it's kind of cute, actually. Be nice to have a bunch of them. I've never seen that from Tupperware, and I can't even imagine what you do with something it's not made to sit on a table. Maybe it's made to sit in a bowl.
Rick, you have a vacuum, correct?
Pardon me?
You have a vacuum.
Yeah.
It's for a half a melon.
Did you ever put nanomaterial
in the vacuum?
Yeah.
You mean and create a plasma, high voltage plasma and so on, or just a
high voltage, or you can, run a little current in it?
Yeah, right. I wanted to do some experiments with that, and I haven't yet. You're right.
I took all my equipment into Bari, so.
Oh yeah.
Everything is in there, so I don't have. Maybe I don't know if I go look. Maybe I have a small vacuum that I can vacuum the dome. I have a glass dome, and
right.
I'm gonna try it.
Yeah.
What I have here.
I think it could very well activate the nano layers by removing all the oxygen between the layers and so on. Make sure it's strictly a vacuum. It seems like a. Let me highlight your video here. So that one, spotlight. There we go.
If you can see.
Yeah. Okay.
It's right inside. Yeah,
sphere within a sphere. Nice.
Sphere in sphere, and you can glue this actually and make a vacuum tight. So
yeah.
You can vacuum it,
And you can't rotate the inner sphere. Is it locked into the outer one, or is it free to rotate on its own?
No, you cannot rotate inside.
Right.
Here's what I can put. Small motor and rotate like that after I vacuum it.
Mm-hmm.
So I can try to do this. There's so many things, you know, but that's not the point. Point is how to create extraction, movement in the plasma. Look. It's a coil in a coil. I'm gonna try this one.
Okay, yeah.
If you look at it, it's a
Yep,
tiny,
I've been having dreams of this vision here, yes.
tiny coil inside.
Yeah. And so you nano coat the whole thing, right?
Yeah, it's a different.
And would you,
One is clockwise, one is anti-clockwise.
and then would you apply some power to one or the other coil to try to activate the system, like a small amount of voltage or something?
No, not the point of activation. A point of to create. We have to create a capacitor that we can pass plasmatic fields through it to create, electron vibration, like introduce matter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, which I was thinking, you know, to with the paste, with the atomic copper. Yeah, I have some atomic copper inside. With all the Gans and nanomaterials, and this paste only, if I put the voltmeter in it, I can measure a lot of energy. I can show you 1 minute. "36 millivolts, just from this mixture."
What? Where do you put the electrodes? Just anywhere in the mixture, or
In a mixture, yes.
both
No.
electrodes in the mixture, or one outside on the
Yes,
case?
yes. Both sides. I just put it both sides, and
You can't really see there, but yeah, okay. I see. Yeah, I see your electrodes are covered there with the paste.
So, you know, lots of tests I'm trying to do, but it's a little time what I have over here. Over here, you have all the materials. In bar, you don't have the materials.
Mm.
So,
Yeah, well, that gets tricky, doesn't it? Can you get things brought in easily to bury in terms of if you have something shipped, does it take a month
come
or
on.
two to get
Yeah,
through?
I'm never going to ship anything to Italy yet in my life. That's a joke.
It's really bad.
Yeah.
It goes through too many hands that have to get
Too many
paid.
hands, and they charge the same what you pay upfront to deliver. So they have customs, they have so many taxes, and everybody, drivers, they want money when they deliver.
Yeah, I was amazed when I tried to send you a couple of toys and I had to go through the customs and they wanted to have it declared as something that was safe for human consumption and all this kind of stuff. You had to go through the health department and just to send something to somebody, it's crazy.
Yeah, and one more thing, you see the drawings I put it? You know, I was trying to build this in Italy, but I couldn't. So now you're going to have a stacks in here. So it's a two.
Polycarbonate.
I posted,
In your Facebook?
yeah, in a Facebook, some
Let me see if I can bring it
3D
up.
drawings, so you can see. If you scroll down, it's a base, and the reactors goes in. You know? You can build a tube. If you go on Facebook, you will have a clear idea what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm just trying to see your pictures here. Ooh.
If you scroll down, you will see more.
Okay, I see. Okay, there's so you're talking about your sort of blueprint diagram or no?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the older one, isn't it?
No. It's right on my Facebook. I think if you scroll like 5, 6, or 7 slides, you will see it.
Okay, let me see here. We've got your nano wires and black nano coated
Go
things,
down.
coils. Oh, you have the multi-level picture there with the discs in it. Is that the one you mean, or
No,
that
it's a black
says?
and white. If you
The
scroll,
drawing
you
again.
see it's impossible. You're not going to miss it.
You mean the actual drawing with the
It's
table?
a star formation, but in a
Mhm.
tube.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Must be this one. Let me see if I can
Do we see your screen like that?
share the screen here. This one, you
Yes.
mean, eh?
Correct.
Can we zero in on that with the live stream? I'll blow it up. Just nice. The live stream can do that. Okay, so can you describe this a little bit, Armen, for those of us that are
You can see the
less
coils.
knowledgeable and haven't followed all the ins and outs of this?
You can see the coil. I'm showing them.
Okay, the coil would be the second disc up from the bottom, basically.
Yes. Which
Yeah.
you place right on top of the reactors.
Right. So underneath the coil is the 3 reactors, and we see another reactor immediately above the coil, underneath that disc, and then it looks like another reactor at the top.
Yes.
Okay. And this coil arrangement, so there's multiple coils? You have like 4 or 5 sets of coils?
No. Yeah. So 2 coils. It's 4 coils. One
Just a
goes-
minute. I'll have to go back to your picture there. Okay.
We have to 1 minute to set it up properly. Can you see?
Yes. Okay. So 1 coil on the inside, 1 coil on the outside. And that's
It's same thing it has to be in here. So we
Right.
have magnetical and gravitational
Mm-hmm.
in both fields. In here.
Oh, in both fields. I got you. So you have the inner coil and outer coil.
Inner coil and outer coil. Over here, what I'm planning to put some Gans, and
Uh-huh.
each ring it's gonna be Gans, and it's gonna be Gans on the coil too.
I see. And is that nylon
Gans
that
on the
you've
coils? Is it
Yes.
what you said?
Gans?
You
I'll
let it,
put
yes,
Gans
you
in those.
let it dry.
But even on the like dry Gans on the coils themselves.
Actually, you're putting the wet Gans, then
Wet
letting
Gans.
it dry.
Really?
And then letting it
Nice.
dry. Yeah. Okay, so I'm getting a picture now. And is that nylon or is that Teflon or what kind of plastic?
I don't know. My friend printed out. Actually,
Oh, it's
Robert.
3D printed. It's not machined. It's printed.
Robert did this printing, so
Okay, well that'd be the best way to do is 3D printing rather than
it is
machining.
easy. And then here,
Yeah.
I have a cover.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
nice. I see.
which you
So the cover seals the Gans in, or
yeah, the cover. You know, after it's dry, you can close it down, so nothing.
right? And will that be airtight, or will you allow some air in deliberately as part of the system? Do you think?
I think if you're gonna have a dry Gans, doesn't matter airtight or
Yeah.
okay. Oh, you're sealing it not to lose some Gans or some material.
Interesting. Wow.
Next thing what I want to share is this is for Ludmil, this kind of material, if you've seen it, they're selling it some kind of lightning and
Corrugated.
Yeah,
Yeah.
corrugated.
Plastic. Is it solar? Kind of it has some UV block type of thing.
yeah. You can nano coat this with milk, and you can put some Gans. It depends what you want to cure. So let's say each one is, even you can put nanomaterial inside, and then you have this kind of sliding thing to slide it and close it.
Oh wow,
Okay, this kind of things is gonna help people.
that's that's quite an idea. I like that concept. Boy, you could have multiple sort of layers in
multiple
there.
layers, you whatever you need to inject, and even you can, you know, introduce nanomaterial inside and close it down.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah. Wow.
to seal it from the
Yeah.
side, and you have perfect, and it's durable. It's not you cannot break it that easy.
Yeah. And you could even stack them too for a 3D effect if you wanted to.
Yeah, and it's a different thicknesses they selling this kind of material. See, you can inject different things. And I had few samples. I don't know, only these two left. I'll put it somewhere.
Seems like that would work really good for a cell, especially one that was absorbing, you know,
Next
light
thing,
energy.
I want to show you this collection.
Excuse me, that's great. I love it.
You know, this one is specific. You know, you can have your Gans, you know, CO2 Gans in here, and you have gravitational field pointing to the, you know, any point of the body. Next is this double coil is very interesting. You know, it has
It's two coils within.
yeah, one magnetical, one gravitational.
They all both going in the same direction.
Yeah.
I made one, but going counterwise, exactly like.
Yeah, you can make anything what you want.
Is there any specific reason you made them pear-shaped?
This, Mr. Keshe, I think he's going to open up more about this both tomorrow. So I will post some pictures. Rick, can you even show this video when tomorrow's workshop is going to be?
Sure, or you can.
I'm going to make some and show you guys how to make this, you know, both. One goes inside another. So, and the next thing that I want to show it to you.
You can also show it on your desktop if you want, any movies you have, and then just you know, just show your desktop, and it will show any video that you have on. But anyway, if you want to send me the video, then I can show it. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
This is the cup of Gans.
And it's looks like a copper oxide Gans. Or...
No, it's not. It's just the cup is blue. It's only.
Oh, okay, okay, got it right.
It's perfect size, and what's good about this that you can have a bottom compartment which you add 1 minute.
Where did you get this bottom compartment thing that just snapped on there?
Yeah.
Does that come with it?
Yes, this is already designed. So
yeah,
if I put the nanomaterial,
yeah,
I can put it from the bottom.
Wow, neat. I like that.
And even from this side, which I create, you know, cut this. Even you can put the coil inside here to the top.
Right. Yeah, coil at the top and one at the bottom. That's an interesting configuration as well.
Okay.
And do you put like liquids in there, or do you just breathe from it?
Liquids.
Okay. Does it make anything taste different, or do you notice any difference?
Just today I finished it actually and showed it to you guys. So I have one more made, so this is for my friend's daughter.
How much Gans do you think goes into that
this
layer?
Perfect thickness you know, and I used maybe, here, I'll show you. I use this much, maybe a little bit more Gans to fill this up. So the wall thickness between two, you know, compartments are, it's perfect. You're not using that much Gans.
Right. Nice. So did you drill a hole in the top, or where did you
Yes.
enter into it?
If you see, you seal them perfectly. 1 minute. Is it here?
Okay, so you drilled from the top down, it looks like, right through the where
Yeah.
it seals, right?
Yeah.
I got it. And then you use like a needle or something to inject the Gans, I take it.
Correct.
Uh-huh. Neat.
So I came back for holiday, showed you this many things. So now you show me what you done.
Well, you mentioned double walled things, and this is what one of the things that Guy dragged home today. I mean, found a home for. Let me see if I can get my video.
This is helicopter thing.
Yeah, it's a
I'm
remote
just trying
reactor.
to. It's not allowing me to show my video for some reason.
I had a big helicopter like that. I bought it brand new, brought it home, just put everything together, and just
there we go.
started, and it just flew. My dog just grabbed it, and that's it. There is no more helicopter.
I bet a lot of ones have gone down that way. So this is the guts out of one of those fairly large, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. This is how I recognize, because I have
Right.
broken one.
And it's, well, this part's gotten a bit loose here, but
Yeah,
it's got two motors here,
Yeah,
and these motors control both this shaft and this other shaft on the top, which is separate. This shaft runs inside of the other shaft, so they can each be controlled separately and by each individual motor. We hooked it up today just to run it and see, and yeah, it does work. You can actually even just crudely take a 9-volt battery and get it centered here. See if I can get it to work. There it goes.
okay.
So it's made to run on 9 volts. It's got a nice little battery pack that comes with it as well. And so the idea would be that you could have one sphere here. You might even consider using this half sphere Tupperware in a way, because it would mount right onto this flat part of the shaft. Could actually mount right inside there, and then this part could have a ping pong ball on it, and the ping pong ball could be rotating inside of this half spherical thing. So you could have this rotating and the ping pong ball at the same time in counter rotating directions, let's say, and controlling each motor, the speed of each counter rotating sphere, half sphere in this case. So that's kind of cool. And then another thing he brought was this part of the helicopter, which is this rather long rod, about a foot long or so, wiring out the other end here. And it's for the tail rotor of the helicopter. It's got a motor built into it here, and a gear system, and a really nice little shaft as well. Not sure why my video is so fuzzy. It shouldn't be quite so fuzzy, but hello. Anyway, it's got a little screw on the end of the shaft here, and this whole thing moves around and makes the motor move through a rather precision gear system. And so you can have a high revving little motor that makes your reactor go at about it's probably a 40-to-1 ratio or something like that with the motor. So if the motor was doing, I don't know, 10,000 RPM, then your rig would be going 250. So these motors can easily do 30, 40,000 RPM, and in that case, you might only be doing, 1,000 RPM or something on the reactor, right in the range where you need it, or maybe more, depending on how it sets up. Anyway, it's interesting. You can reuse parts like this to actually create something that can work relatively cheap, because some of them can be had fairly cheaply. If somebody crashes their helicopter, you can get all kinds of parts cheap, or the dog eats it, as you were mentioning. So that's Guy's little project. He's going to be working on that in the next little while. And the other thing that I've got lined up here that's going to be kind of fun is these spheres. This is a nice 8-inch round, really heavy duty polycarbonate. You could probably drive a truck over this and it wouldn't dent it. And it's got a LED light system in it. It, changes color. Well, it makes the video go strange, but it doesn't have all those lines. That's what's interfering, is some sort of interference from the radio part of this. It has a controller that goes with it. It's made to go in water. It's completely sealed, real nice O-ring underneath here. But what I want to do, it's cool in its own as a glowing orb and everything, but I want to put, of course, a rotating sphere inside. So this is the part that screws into the unit, and I've hooked up a little motor onto it here, so I can actually hook into the existing. It comes with a battery pack already in it, and the LEDs all hooked up. But I bypass the LEDs, and I can actually you can hardly see that going around, but it is going around there. I can run the little motor off the battery pack. So that's normally a computer fan, but it's had its blades cut off. That's why it looks a little unusual. So next step is to put on the ping pong ball. Do we have one with the screw on the lid on it there? And put the whole thing inside of the sphere. So that's the idea. And so I'll take one of these ping pong ball arrangements, which has a screw-on cap, and I'll glue the cap onto the motor down here. Have it all centered, and then this will screw on. So I'll have the complete ping pong ball assembly. And this particular one has a Septa-Seal inside, so I can run vacuum in it and use the needle through that Septa-Seal, and the Septa-Seal will seal itself after pulling the needle back out. So I can have a vacuum inject it with different, I'd like to inject it with some dry Ganses, for example, under vacuum would be fun. And then this whole thing goes onto the motor, and the whole motor goes inside of the sphere. Try to get it inside of here. So then, let me show you what we have in the middle of my living room here now. I've got it's upside down, but I guess, is it upside down to you guys or just to me?
No, it's upside down.
Oh, yes. Okay. That's because I had it set to overhead here. They just Velcro it other way. It's better.
Now you are upside down.
Now we are upside down, Rick.
Yeah, it's an upside down.
What you did to us.
Yeah, right. Okay, well, try to get a handle on reality there for a minute. And you can see this is a sphere. Okay, this is a
Baby spheres.
Wading pool, you might say. It's actually for washing your dog and that kind of thing, or for kids. And I'm going to fill this up with water. And I've got the spheres. I've got 3 of these actually that I can put in here. And I expect they'll sort of arrange themselves in a positioning, some kind of positioning. And I hope to be able to actually control them as well, control the rotation of these spheres in the water. And I've got another plan to do that in a way as well. But the first thing would be just to get a rotating sphere inside the ping pong ball, and just get the whole thing, because then it'll be totally insulated and isolated from its environment other than contact with the water. And if the water is distilled water, then it won't have any electrical ions, and it can be deionized water, so it doesn't have no electrical interference, no fields around it. It's all on its own, just floating. And I've got some other ones as well. I've got a small one here. These spheres are great. They're super tough, and it's got, again, an LED inside, but it's also got a solar cell and a system built in for charging and discharging and so on. Why not put a Gans battery in and a little rotating reactor inside of here? You can buy these for $1.25 at the dollar store. Pretty good deal for what you get with the battery and circuitry and so on. And so I've got some other spheres as well. There's a nice copper sphere here I want to float around as well. It's a float. It actually is a float. It's a copper float sphere. It was nano-coated, but it's lost a lot of its nano-coating. And then there's other spheres as well to try, not to mention ping pong balls. And I've also got a smaller tub that I was thinking I'd float in the middle with water in it, with another sphere in the middle of it. So it would be sort of a double insulated, like double layering effect. You could have a Gans material inside here, for example, instead of just water. You can use salt water instead of distilled water, and so on. There's a lot of different combinations that could be had with this. You could turn the whole thing into basically a giant saltwater plasma battery, perhaps. I'm not clear yet, but I am clear that little things like these little it doesn't work because it needs to have power, but what I've noticed is what works good is these little power supplies when they're charged up, which this one is, and you can actually plug it in there and run a plasma ball.
That's what I'm saying, Rick. If you nano coat middle part and put it in a vacuum chamber and just very low current, what's going to happen?
Yeah, right. And the other thing that
or high current, what's going to happen?
Yes, right. And you know the other thing that
then try 2 electrodes.
Look at it this way too. Let's see. This is the ball from the plasma ball, right? When you yank it out of its case, and it's got that, you know, it's accessible. There's a hollow tube that goes through there where the wire from the from the high voltage normally sticks in there.
Yeah.
Well, you could use a nano-coated wire in there, or nano-coated that little curly stuff, that the curly stainless steel.
Not in that. Here. 1 minute.
And do it all in nano coil. A nano coil with perfect inside. Sorry.
Let me show it to you what I'm saying to you.
All right. That's one way to approach it anyways. But yeah, all inside a vacuum chamber would be better. And I've got the chambers ready to go as well.
Look. None of us tried it, and I don't have it with me to try it. Okay. This is it. You remember the old tests we were doing? And here it's a wire, correct? And from the bottom, I was just here, from here actually. I was giving high voltage and, you know.
Right, yeah.
You remember that. Now, what I'm saying, just you can nanocode this one.
Mm-hmm, yep.
Okay. And instead of giving high voltage, you can give low current. And you can have a second electrode over here.
Mm-hmm.
Or from up. Or you can have three.
Mm-hmm. Having one of your coils,
yeah, what's going to happen if under the vacuum you just give low current? Are they going to interact?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's interesting. I like your double coil arrangement to try that in a similar, you know, just attach it to that wire.
Yeah, to understand how the fields work.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's a plasma field anyway. So I don't have a vacuum to try it.
Yeah, that's.
I know you have.
Yeah, I know. It's
you have all the chambers in the world.
Yes, it's just.
What happened to your nice little little one you had there?
I had a full setup. When I went to Italy, I took it with me.
I got them.
Oh, Mr. Keshe.
The voice of God came through.
They're sitting nicely in the box in the basement.
How are you, Mr. Keshe?
Hi, good morning, Armen. I'm just listening. Sorry about that. I had to tell you where it is.
Now we know the mystery now.
Okay, so
The silence went on.
yeah, all of a sudden our cat gets her tongue and we don't talk anymore.
How far you were listening, Mr. Keshe?
Pardon?
All of it, I think.
What did you say?
No, you
What
were
did you
listening
say?
from the beginning?
No, I just come on about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I watched. It's very nice. But I think you're going to be surprised tomorrow. Did you read my email? I sent you a link.
Yes, definitely. And
I think I think we're going to take these reactor cores to a new dimension tomorrow. It's part of the space technology for left. And tomorrow I'll try to teach how to run reactor cores without any motors. This is what we said from the beginning. Tomorrow's teaching goes back on the basis of the spaceship without tangibility, walls. So part of the teaching tomorrow is how, sorry to say, Rick, you've got a beautiful system, but you spend a lot of money on the salt. It'll be a very good steam bath for making Chinese dim sums.
Yeah, well, we can float things around, float sushi around. Sushi bowls.
Tomorrow, sushi bowls, yeah. But tomorrow, no, dim sum is very good. It's big enough with the salt water. But tomorrow teaching will go on what we said at the very beginning. There are no motors in the universe, and there are no, no one to tank them or fuel them. Tomorrow, as I said, we will open a new chapter in creation of motion in plasma. And it's much simpler. It's much easier, needs no motors, needs no complicated systems. I put the base foundation last week, so this week we build on it. And I think a lot of you will be very surprised. But it was part of the teaching, that was a part of the process that we had to learn, because we still need these machines. to produce different things. But I explain tomorrow how even why you haven't managed to, a lot of you achieve lift or motion, or you see a reduction as we've seen with the Chinese. We saw with the system in the Sasano, we go down and we go up, but we don't manage to lift. So for the first time, we show how you achieve lift and how it's done. But it's beautiful what I've seen. It's nice. I'm learning. I'm going to go back to lying down and listening. But your vacuum system is in a safe place.
Well, we haven't been doing very much work with the vacuum system
For a
lately,
while,
but I'd like to get back into it, actually. I think there's something to be had with spheres and vacuum and dried GANs or other dried nanomaterials and certain gases and that kind of thing. I still like to explore that. It might be old-fashioned, but I think there's still something there to learn. But, you know, I'm quite willing to move along to whatever the next step is if we can bypass that whole thing, which we sort of did anyways a year or so ago with moving away from the gas-operated reactors and more into the GANs and other types of nanomaterial and so on.
It's a good knowledge. It's part of it.
I guess I keep referring back to something that's I can see in my head rotating and the action on the particles and fields that might be created and so on. To me, it can be visualized better with you know, the gases and with the rotating sphere and so on. To do it without a motor would change that, would mean that it would have to already be activated somehow, and that the plasma already going and creating fields in order for it to be self-rotating, one would think. But as I was having a conversation with the fellow from India earlier, he was asking, you know, what causes self-rotation? So I answered, well, what causes self-rotation in the sun and in the earth and in the galaxy and in the electron and so on. And so why not have a copper or transparent plastic or whatever sphere self-rotate? Everything else does. Why wouldn't it, in a sense? So I'm not sure why we don't have them just self-rotating all over the place. They should be, because everything wants to rotate somehow, it seems. But just don't want to rotate quite enough for some of us to keep it going on its own.
Well, maybe Rick, is because we are under the mag grav of Earth and the conditions are different. So we are tied to this mag grav, and we are below the Coulomb barrier. So everything is influenced by that. Maybe is that the reason? Yeah,
but for example, try to get water to go down your tub without causing a rotating whirlpool. It's really hard to do, because it wants to create a whirlpool. When there's strong forces on the earth, it wants to create a tornado, it wants to create a cyclone, it wants to create a hurricane. Water going down a river wants to create whirlpools. It wants to form those spiral energy structures. Go ahead, sir.
Can you extend this as you speak and look at the structure of the galaxies? Mm-hmm. You see the same thing. That's why most of the galaxies have a shape like if you look into the structure of a vortex. Mm-hmm. But The top or the top of the vortex usually indicates the direction of the central field. And where you have what we call very few pancake galaxies, they still have the same shape. They head towards a direction. This vortex field forces in the universe indicates the direction to central galaxy or central field forces within the region. It's like what I call the red Indian arrow patchwork mats on the wall. They indicate where the field forces of the universe are sitting. And the scientific world just looks at them as a structure, beautiful galaxial structure. But in fact, it's exactly what you said. In a very crude way, they show the direction of the flow of the field forces. And we see the same thing inside the galaxy. So in the future, man will use these as an arrow point where the fields are in the universe. In the future teachings will explain. But what you said, the vortex phenomena, here, because it's compact, is in the shape we see. But in a less compact environment is exactly the same. Indicates the directions of the field's impact in the universe. And it's used frequently in the space travel.
Yeah, it seems like from what you just said that we could, if we knew which direction those fields were actually in, then we could trace back toward the source through those fields or along those fields.
Yeah, but you got to remember these field forces as even as a vortex you see in the bathtub is move away from the old way of thinking. Understand all your new teachings and what you understand with the fields. This jewel is as much as the fields of the environment can absorb, is that the gravity can pull. So when you look at the vortex, it's not a one-way field flow, it's a two-way field flow. And if you comprehend the work of it and open your eyes, open your way of thinking, then you understand as much as you are going into the vortex, into the sink, you can use the reverse field forces to get out of it in a much more rapid way. This is one of the ways that you travel in space. You get yourself into the vortexes of the magnetic field forces to push yourself away from it, because you can get on the magnetical and the gravitational field forces. A vortex in a bathtub is joule. It's not just because you see it going down, there is nothing coming back up. It's a matter fields which are going in and a magnetical fields which are coming out with much more field forces. Then the whole story has a different meaning. Carry on. Sorry about intruding. Just adding a little at a time.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. I was thinking about the diagram that you had in your book with the spiral, and that you've put on the boards so much. Well, just a quick thing here. Oops, I have to go upside down in order to make it normal. Sorry about that, everybody. Turned you all upside down. So just as a sort of a quick way to look at it, if we, like you make the spiral quite often, and you talk about there's actually two spirals. You have the ingoing and outgoing spirals both in the same structure. So, and if that was a galaxy and we're maybe out at the outer edges of the galaxy, and if we wanted to go toward the source or toward the center, then we would actually have to travel, most likely it would seem, in a spiral direction to get in there, rather than directly through these barriers or these different levels, because maybe it would be too extreme to go from one level to the next directly.
No, you see, the drawing should not be taken the way you see it. You see these field forces even in the egg. If you know, I usually use the raw egg to demonstrate this, but the field forces, as you increase, you do not see the barriers. The field, in so many ways, I was talking to one of the knowledge seekers recently, that you don't go through barriers, but as you add magnetical, you entice the gravitational to show itself, and vice versa. You don't need to cross lines of fields. You add to magnetical, and gravitational has to respond to the new level of magnetical. Then you go from copper to gold, you go from gold to plutonium. It forces the plasma to increase the release of the magnetical fields at a higher level to the lower level much more rapid. It's I think tomorrow's teaching will explain this in a different way. It will open your eyes into a new way of thinking, but as I said, we had to go through this process that it could be understood. If you increase your magnetical field forces to a higher strength, gravitational field forces by the plasma immediately match, because it has to. You cannot just ride on magnetical or only on gravitational. You can do up to a limit, but the plasma will respond to bring balance. And you find it will release magnetical field in the level of the gravitational. So you can go from the outer to inner if you increase one side. It's the same as your vortex. You see, the water flows normal, but if you add, let's say, something in the water, you see that item goes faster to the center and disappears inside, where the other waters are still waiting to go through. This is the process of field compensation from gravitational to magnetical ambiverse. And plasma has this self-regulatory connection, so you don't need to go through barriers. You decide, let's say, in your second spiral, this is the field of gravity you can create. You get there, but magnetical will match it. But the problem is, if you were not in a Gans state, then your body cannot stand. So your body plasma goes to that state automatically. Is not this misunderstanding is not like change of pressure on Earth.
Right.
If you go from one level,
not like a gradient, like we often talk about the word gradient. Not a shear effect here, is what you're saying. It's just an increase that can be adapted to.
Yes, it's a part of the structure of the working of the plasma. And good morning. And what do you call it? The field forces match each other, the field forces.
And you seem to be saying that the best way to match the forces to get to that point is to use the magnetical as the lever, more or less. It may be harder to change.
You can do depending on the condition.
Magnetical.
You can do, but it depends on what your desire is, what you want to achieve, what is the objectives of the exercise. You don't have, it's part of the schizophrenic between plasma and the matter state.
Well, let's say, for example, one was trying to get off Earth and get to Mars. And so you would want to increase the magnetical in order to compensate for the gravity of Earth, basically, is the way I understand it. That would be the handle, increasing the magnetical. Would be a way to to offset the gravitational. Is that partly right? Not right? Way off?
Redefine it yourself and listen to what you said. Try to repeat what you just said again.
Okay, the idea would be that we would have to increase the magnetical part of the magnetical gravitational fields of our environment, let's say.
But where do you get this? Where do you get this increase? How do you create this increase in magnetical fields?
Well, we know that there are magnetical pulses, for example, that could have been measured before from various reactor combinations. It may be that the right combination of reactors with the right plasmas and free plasma and so on would create a super strong magnetical type field. It may not be the same as an MRI field or something, like that, but it might be still able to create that magnetical part of the magnetical gravitational, the maggrav field. And if that's increased, it should increase the gravitational as a offset, I would think, to the gravity of the Earth rather than adding to it. Or maybe it decreases the gravitational, you could say, because of the increase in the magnetical.
You see, if you go back to one of the pictures of the book, you see on the spine of the spiral, as you show it, there are other spinal spiders, the little ones. So the plasma continuously itself has a composite field. You can always use those to increase one or the other. It's not that just opens up. In opening, a stronger interact with the weaker, or a stronger interacts with the weaker of the outer layers. So the plasma itself always have a soup available to dig into. So you don't need to look for it. It's within the structure of the plasma. It's like if you look on the surface of the sun, the material is always there in a full spectrum, from the principle all the way to the matter and below matter. One of the biggest surprises of the future will be when man sees the lower spectrum below matter. It's a fascinating world. The sub-strength, matter strength, it's more fascinating than the higher strength because they interact in a same manner, but in a totally different way than the eye of the man is used to. Our perception is very wrong in respect to the reality of the operation of the universe. And it's just very interesting how we'll see this. We always look at the higher level, how would they be? But the sub-matter is in so many ways more interesting because with it, we understand our behavior in respect to the higher order, and then we know how to bridge it. We learn from sub-matter for us to go to above matter level of math. And this is how you absorb from the sub-matter to become to the matter level, and then we see how we can go higher. So when you see the teaching of tomorrow, you will understand how it's done, how the universe creates field forces in the matter, above matter, and submatter. You use the residual soup. These little curls you draw, they carry super above and below your field forces too. Otherwise, you don't see their existence. You don't feel their existence. A lot of you like the balls you made, you're always looking for materials or just fields, but you got to start looking in what they bring you, how they bring things to you, how they feel forces. A lot of you touch these cores while they're running, and in fact, you'll find out the feeling is different if you touch them or stay around them, because you literally collect dust of submatter to your skin. Sometimes if you're very sensitive, you can taste it because they manifest themselves in the odor form.
Sorry, they manifest themselves in what?
In the odor as a
Odor.
taste,
Oh,
smell.
Yes,
Yeah.
Of course, yes.
Because our tongue, our nose has a full understanding of the total structure. Our ears not so much, but our nose, our taste buds, are this. I'm going to keep quiet. I'm learning. I'm going to go quiet. Otherwise, you'll never show anything. Bye bye.
We'll have to carry on here and arouse his interest once again. Then. Okay. Well, any questions or comments from folks out there?
Carlos, you're unmuted.
It's not what we're just speaking of directly. It's kind of a step backwards back to the health wires. But I basically took the week off. Didn't want to think about this stuff. Just let it stew for a while. And on Sunday, I was sitting meditating in the hot tub, as I do on Sundays. And the idea came to me that these health wires are not necessarily just for health. What came to me is they appear to be, how do I put this? An intent laser, if that makes any sense to you. You collect the plasma, you infuse it with intent, and you squirt it out into something. So what about tattoo removal, or healing a blemish, or even infusing water? If you could have a very, very clear picture of what a strawberry tastes like in your mind and focus that into the wire and infuse the water with that, something I want to test. So I made up a couple of new ones, smaller ones with no insulation, and Want to test that theory and see if that holds any water.
Right. Well, that's an interesting idea. You could have a situation where you could have someone try to taste a couple of samples of the water that you've treated that way and see what they taste. See if they taste strawberry or apple or whatever you've embedded into the structure.
Yeah, the one little caveat that came up while I was thinking about this was you would have to be very, very clear as to what your intent actually is. If you couldn't focus directly on what you want, little random thoughts would come through your mind, and that would alter whatever is coming out of the end of these things. So one of the things, I don't really want to test it on people just yet. I'd rather test it on plants or something like that. See if I can take a blemish off a potato. Because if I'm thinking about strawberries and then the thought comes in my head, well, my dog just had a dump outside. I don't want to infuse that into the water. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right.
But to help yourself, for example, you can chew a strawberry, keep it in your mouth, and while chewing it, you focus your intent, so it will be easier at the beginning, at least, because you are chewing the strawberry.
Yeah, that would definitely help focus. Right now in my mind, I have such a hard time keeping focus on anything more than 5 or 10 seconds now. I'm a little skeptical about trying this on anything remotely critical. So I say, like, try to take a blemish off a potato, or get a carrot to grow an extra root or something, something really oddball that's not going to do any damage if it actually goes totally screwy.
Yeah, don't have any risk. Yeah.
I got to come in again to explain. Vince can tell you. Next week, Thursday workshop is about agriculture and food.
Cool.
And we have one of our guys, part of the Keshe Foundation worldwide, has grown crops of corn in what we call like industrial scale, mini industrial scale. And he tells us, for example, that the corn, if we are correct, he's doing the video and presentation ready for next week, is 13, 14 feet high. Or something in that region, if you understand this, we are correct. We are getting to the point that people have started using these materials for consumption. And we are getting into a state that people, what do you call it, have taken the lead to take humanity to the next step. We have no say, but on the other hand, some of us are very cautious. But we've seen what the Chinese guy did. He started drinking CO2 every day as a punishment. That's why we don't show flight. So a lot of people do something. There is what I call hypocrisy has come in, and somehow sorry, the mascot has a say. Can you hold it? The hypocrisy has come in now. It's over a year, 2 years. Some people more have been touching these gases, have been touching these nano layers and nanomaterials. Does not matter. I don't think any of us at this level have ever been cautious that not a dust of a nanomaterial has touched us. We have gone into the consumption. We breathe it. If you made caustic, thank you, grazie. If you made caustic, the first vapor of the caustic is one of the finest nanomaterials which you breathe, and all of us have breathed it. There is no way any of you could have made a caustic, even with the electrical system or electronic system, or even when you made the Gans, when you converted the nanomaterial, there is a vapor of Gans. We all have read it. We all use it as part of our structure of the universe. This hypocrisy that's going to do to us is long over. Long over.
That sounds a little ominous.
Pardon?
Hey, that sounds a little ominous.
So, what do you expect?
I
give you a surprise. I give you a surprise. You, as a human being body, been eating nanomaterial and gas material all your life. Do you want a surprise? Go back to the teaching of Renan. Go back to the teaching of Alex. He doesn't use caustic. He puts the copper on fire and he nanocoats it. Oh boys, you've been nanocoating barbecues for a long time. Huh?
So what is
You've
the
been
I'd say since the caveman days, actually, when you
exactly. So this hypocrisy of what Gans gonna do to us is exactly, if you're afraid of Gans and you understand how you make nanomaterial with fire, you've been eating it all your life. You're born on it, you live on it, you need it. You got to start understanding the structure of the food and how, for example, the oil of the onion separates the gans of the burnt meat into a digestible energy in the body of man to stop cancer. Then you find answer to all the cancers in the universe. These people say don't touch, it's dangerous. Very simple. Have you ever understood? Put a iron, what do you call it, a copper on a fire, and put a meat next to it. Which one is nano-coating? How come copper can get nano-coated, not the meat? Why does it go black? The copper goes black. Why does the meat go black? Is it getting nano-coated? This scaremongering about eating Gans is long over. We lived on it, we grow on it. It's part of structure of our life to absorb the right energy.
we breathe it every moment, actually, from the air pollution and so on,
Yeah.
which is known to be nanoparticles.
The water, part of the water we drink, is in a state of nano and plasma of Gans.
And we're told now there's plastic nanoparticles in the entire ocean. Virtually every drop of ocean has.
Yeah, but redefine. You're all plasma scientists now. You all have gone through the barrier of hopefully schizophrenic. What does nano mean? It's singularity of a matter state.
Mm-hmm.
So this situation with nano and Gans with the body is like the, what do you call it, the Dutch game of greenhouse effect. Never existed till the Dutch made it, because they made money. Mm-hmm. So start very, very simply. When somebody tells you Gans or a nanomaterial is dangerous, we don't know, tell them, can you get yourself a wire and a piece of meat? We put them both on the same fire. How come you eat this one, the other one is dangerous? And in the meat, there is 100% more nanocopper than on the metal that you're going to touch. Because red meat, part of his construction for his neurosystem has copper. Otherwise, it cannot work. There's no conductivity of the matter. So let's walk away from this You cannot touch Gans, you cannot touch nanomaterials. The first nanomaterial is man intelligence came because he cooked the meat into a nano state that it could absorb his energy more faster. This is the hypocrisy which, through the lack of knowledge, people use it. And I always say, when this is the best way to control people. You know, always I tell you a story about uranium and Iranian governments and Iranian nation. British and American in 1950s, they said to the British public, pay the Ayatollahs to say in the mosques that uranium is a dirty thing, it's bad to have. And when they said, what do you use it for? They said, people said they use it for the atomic bomb. They said, no, atomic bomb is made out of the shit of the man, excrements. This is nothing, it's too dangerous for you to have. Now, 50 years later, we know who's talking shit and who's been eating shit. So open your eyes to understand the science. If you understand the science, you can understand your own logic. You can understand to explain to people in a very simple way how this is. There is no danger in Gans. There is no danger in nanomaterial. It's the best state of energy transfer because now it's pure. You eat it. If not, the intelligence of man came through being able to burn the meat, that it could nanosize it, that it absorbs energy in the salts of the body of the man, exactly what you did to convert into a gas. Now it's dangerous because a bunch of Belgians are getting paid by the government to stop the development. The opposition to the foundation, to the work, comes from the people who are waiting to abuse a different way. And this you have to be wise. Explain, if anybody tells you what is the danger with the Gans and it's dangerous, we have to wait for FDA. FDA doesn't exist in China. FDA doesn't exist in Ireland where the man is born. You cook the meat, you convert it to a nano, that's easier to absorb. You absorb more energy from just the touch surface of the meat than what's the meat inside it. Because now it's in the nano state, in the salt acidity of the stomach, immediately converts into a plasma of Gans, releases energy, you take what you need. That's why human became more intelligent. So, is Gans more dangerous? Is nanomaterial dangerous? We haven't seen any of you, what do you call it, growing 10 fingers because you've been touching nanomaterial. But the problem with it is huge amount of it, which you keep on touching. Is when you touch so much nanomaterials, it's a contact with so much energy. Pure energy. So try to understand that you don't defend the technology, you make it to be understood, then it doesn't need defending. Fear of unknown is used. When you explain, people understand, there is no fear. So you can consume as much as you like Gans, you can consume as much as you got now, because if anybody tells you, or anybody tells me I'm a physicist, they cannot handle me because I can put in a logical term and show it to them. But it's got to be very common to you why you're doing it. Stop following blind, leading blind. Start analyzing that you can explain it easy for people to understand. It's the lack of translating knowledge which is causing the problem, and those who understand it try to abuse it. So understand, if anybody tells you Gans is dangerous, we don't know the state of it, nanomaterial is dangerous, I don't know the state of it, tell them, give them the copper and explain to them now the top inside, because it's nano layer, the meat, it creates a plasma inside, it's all free Gans you're eating. That's what happens to your copper. If you have already used the beads of Alex, or you have used the universal spiral, which I showed with the copper wire, and you have managed to create energy, please go and cut the wire from your side which is nano-coated on the circuit, and you see your wires are black. You will see all your wires are nano-coated. Why? Because this is a behavior of the plasma to seal itself, that it can use transformation of the plasma through in a natural way. So when you burn the meat, you create a nano coating, and as I said before, the copper inside becomes a superconductor. Then you can show people. This is the nature of the work of the plasma in the universe. In the next few weeks, you understand that you don't even need to use wires. You can nano coat with plasma. We already showed. Armen, do you have that picture you took in the lab when we opened the wire is black inside?
I have to look at it, Mr. Keshe.
It's on your camera. You can see it because now we've shown it without any electricity, without any caustic. The wire nanocoats itself because of the conversion of the plasma into the matter state of the environment. We did this 2 or 3 days ago with the team we are working for another part of the technology. Try to understand. And when you can explain it, where they can feel it, they can touch it, you destroy the taboo. And people use the ignorance to do this. People use the ignorance and people lack of knowledge to do that. And we have to make knowledge available that people understand the technology, they carry it because it's part of their own structure. Gans, there is no danger with it. But the volume of eating so much, touching so much, yes, because you absorb monoenergetic. That's why we say don't do it, or be careful because you don't want to eat too much apple. It gets you constipated. They say in English terminology, say 1 apple a day keeps the doctor away. But you eat 3, 4, 5 apples a day, you get constipated. You want the doctor or you want the constipation? Which way are you going to go? It's the same with the Gans. Try to understand the science. Then you can explain it yourself. Then you can analyze it yourself, and that's why I encourage what I call illiterate scientists to become plasma physicists, because they come without a condition in their head. Have you found it, Armen?
I'm looking for it, Mr. Keshe. 1 minute, I'll look on
You
my
took it in the lab
phone.
when we were
Yeah, I
testing.
don't have it on my iPad. Let me look on my phone.
Okay. It was on your mobile phone. Carry on. I'm going to keep quiet.
Well, I appreciate your input. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Okay, any other comments or questions or on that material in particular?
I told you shouldn't invite me on Wednesday mornings.
Yeah, otherwise
That was a big mistake.
it gets pretty raunchy here sometimes, so your influence
I don't
is
think anybody's complaining.
No, we appreciate it very much. That's for sure. We need some guidance here. We go far afield sometimes.
Just simple something here in Canada and US, I think. All the pipes are copper and they got oxidized, and we drink the water every day. So we drink enough nanomaterials just from the copper pipes, at least.
Yeah, it's true. and iron as well.
Mm.
There's a lot of iron pipes, and that can produce, you know, iron, which is not so good. We have a microphone on here or something.
Rick, I have it.
Oh, okay.
Where, how can I, but I am on my iPad. I don't have my computer with me. I can email you this picture or send you a message
Sure.
by the phone. If I send you by the phone, it's okay?
By phone, I would have to transfer it over somehow. You mean, can you Skype me it, or?
Can he not just share it?
No. 1 minute. I have on my phone. 1 minute.
You might be able to share.
Let me
on
email
the
you.
phone.
How about that?
Oh, he's not in the conversation with his phone. Hey, Armen, did you ever get your computer fixed?
Yes, they're fixing. Actually, they fixed it, but I couldn't hear sound, so I took it back. So they're fixing that too. 1 minute.
I think what you will notice when Armen sends you the pictures is that in majority of the cases, I was explaining this to Armen, I think last night, yesterday when we were talking, or to somebody, in the experiments you see that if you have a shredded wire, you know, these fine wires like to power, let's say, a computer or whatever, the center wires get coated first than the outside, usually. So if you have a long wire with, let's say, 100 or 200 sub wires in it, the center of this, if you take it as a circle, gets nano coated first, they are black. And then as you use the system more and more, the outside layers become nano coated. You have to wire, and then you see it. So it shows the nano coating in any structure with a plasma starts from the center than from the outside. And then if you understand this, then you understand how planetary systems are created. From the center of the fields, conversion is like that loop which we see a picture of somebody smoking. Who's this one? Is that Ludmil?
Ali Hussein?
Ali Hussein.
Ah,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah,
So
you might want to mute your video, Ali.
so what you see on the curls which Rick has shown, the conversion happens in the center as well. This is a very good indication of how fields convert into the matter state in the center as well. Then you see the wires get nano coated in the center, and if you get the nano coating on the outer layer of the wires first before in the middle, gives you another understanding, which means your field, somebody's typing. Yeah.
Those horses are back.
So this tells you that the plasma is not strong enough. If you have a strong plasma, the nano coating is different than when you have a weaker plasma from your beads or from your rings. As I was explaining yesterday, I think to the Chinese people in Zhanjiang when I was teaching, is that the time of Gans and the beads we saw with Alex is over. It was a short, but brought a lot of, what do you call it, quick understanding to gel the pieces together. But you don't need the Gans anymore. You don't need to produce Ganses to achieve material energy or lift. The beads was sharp, short, bringing the matter, Gans, and nano together for people to understand the connections. But if you have moved on into plasma and into conversion of the plasma energy, you should still, like the course Rick showed this morning, still it's beautiful to see their balls, but for the different aspects of the energy and power and lift, is obsolete. So try to move on, because the team around this chat rooms, you're highly advanced. You sit on the, what I call the edge of the science with us, than the people who just come in and try to understand what is a Gans and what is nanomaterial. You as what I call the masters have to be able to translate, to make it easy for the others, because I thought a few handful and a few hundred. Your job is to teach thousands. And the language of thousands is very hard, unless you can translate the language in the language of common man. They tell me my writings are very difficult because I wrote for the elite of the science of universe. You have to translate the science in a way that the street man understands. He makes a barbecue, what the Gans is, what the nanomaterial is. This is the change. You, as leaders of science in the plasma technology, you are masters. Understand to translate in a simple common language. Then the doors open up. Like you say, the Gans, we have to be careful. We see the Chinese are using it. We see people are doing it. And strange enough, if you're South American, you've been living off it. If you live in South America and you come from South American descent over 600-700 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years from South America, you want to see what's the effect of the Gans on man when you use it? Look at the South America. Are they thick? Are they stupid people? Are they 20 heads and 20 fingers? The South Americans have been the biggest user of Gans and nanomaterial and everything else for centuries. The land in South America is not rich as Africa. I would say this in the teachings, but nobody listens. In South America, they had woods, they burned the woods, and they found out that when they put the wood, which is a Gans, which is the nanomaterial of the wood, on the land, things grows better. So they burned wood and they put it on the land, and they made it cultivation, and cultivation lands of South America, if you look, is black. Black, pitch black, because over centuries, ancestors have put the charcoals on top of charcoal to have a better crop, at least crop they could live. What does it do? When you burn the wood, you create a nanomaterial, you create a Gans. And then when you create a Gans, why is it black? Because it absorbs a spectrum of energy. So when you put a seed in, seed takes what it needs to grow, so it grows faster and better. So what's wrong with using Gans? Why suddenly it's become a point of discussion? Where if you're stupid, our ancestors have come from it. So we have to isolate all South Americans because they use Gans for centuries. This hypocrisy has to end if you understand the science. And you want evidence, we go back to South Africa. We go to South America. Even in some part of the Africa, this has been used. In Chinese, use it. In everyday Chinese food, you rely on a Gans, on a nano layer, because if you don't heat the metal up, and when you heat the metal at such a high temperature, you make a Gans of it, you make a nano layer of it, and then in the cooking, you eat it. All the Chinese must be stupid people, or something is wrong with them. Right. So you got to understand the reality, not play the ignorant, and then understand how the field forces can energize the smaller field forces, the weaker field forces, to allow the weaker protein to become part of the structure. This is important. This you as leaders in this new era of knowledge, the have to be able to translate in knowledge. So try to understand the culture of science. Then you don't need to push the limits beyond what happened. What would be the effect of eating us? We have a problem with Monsanto, because Monsanto is converting the plasma to the phases that we cannot understand. Not necessarily what everything Monsanto does is wrong. Actually, we should learn from them how to manipulate the energies to our benefit. But their target is different. And when I explain to you, any seeds produced by Monsanto, just put in the Gans, you're doing the reverse. You're opening the plasmas which they enforced. So the world, the universe works on manipulation of both gravitational and magnetic. And on different strength, you call it poison, and the same thing in different strength becomes the best thing, right? The best thing, man have it. Yeah? So please understand this very, very carefully and walk away from blindness of yourself to the knowledge of yourself. This is the problem. And this is where you create a lot of pleasure understanding the science. I was looking at, Sandro sent me a link for statistics of the website. We gone in 3 months from 500,000 to 180,000. We gone up by 380,000 over 3 months period, thanks to the webmasters and what the team is doing in the background. But when you look at the statistic, it shows we have a very few women following us. A small percentage of our visitors are women. Why? They are the best nano engineers and plasma engineers we know, because they use it every day in the kitchen. Because we made the science that to be untouchable when the woman cooks in the kitchen and understand by heating the metal pan, she creates a nanomaterial, and how she can manipulate it to release most energy to what? Then you find cooking becomes a different world, and we have the best plasma physicists in the kitchen.
I've read recently that the Iranians, who have become number 6 or 7 in the world now in nanotechnology, over half of their new nanotechnology students are women.
Oh, that has a different reason. Understand the reason for it. You want to know the reason?
All the men have been killed in wars.
No. No, that was partially yes, but not now. The new generation.
Right.
What happens in Iran? There is a they are trying to sort it out. They cannot find a way to sort it out. But I discussed this with the government when I was there as well. What happened in Iran? At age of 18 to 20, as long as you stay in the university or in the education structure, as a man, you don't need to do 2 years national service. National service applies only to men. So girls don't have that gap, and they go into university, and most of the guys, when they go to the army, they never go back to education. So 70% of the, what do you call it, university seats are filled by women, as they have nothing to do, so they become that. The biggest problem now, even in the Ministry of Science in Iran, is that 70–80% of the top scientists are women, but men stay on the top because they have a problem with having a woman as what do you call it, as the boss. I have to move. The grass cutters have moved in. So that's why, and they look at the nanotechnology in different way. And don't forget, as I say, Iran has a very big, strong man, very powerful in nanotechnology. He sits within the structure of the government as an advisor is Mohammad Sajjadi, who's the ambassador of Iran to Moscow. He's the guy who convinced me to go back to Iran to develop the space technology. And that's the reason he's extremely powerful in nanomaterial. He's very knowledgeable, and he's the backbone of the Iranian, more or less, nanotechnology. So that's the reason. One, the women don't need to go to the army, men do, and this gap creates a lot of women scientists. And the strange enough is, when the men come back from army, they have no job, where the women have already, their wives have already become doctors and professors. As I said, understand the reason, then it's not difficult. But we have, as there was a discussion very recently, do we put Keshe Foundation nanotechnology as part of the Iranian technology or an international technology, and we let it melt in, because it cannot be accepted as Iranian nanotechnology. And there is a discussion in certain government levels that what are we going to do with the plasma technology of the Keshe Foundation? Is getting gathered by the world population, and we cannot place it to add to assets of one nation. You lot have caused a lot of problem. You don't know. I get told, does Keshe Foundation, plasma technology, nanomaterial, which is totally different than the rest, become an independent structure in the world, what do you call it, scientific organization? I get communication, I see things, they tell me things from the officials in different ways. You lot have created a revolution which you are not aware of, but with continuous attacks which you see mounted on the foundation, they try to submerge us below that they can abuse it. And we show the first one today, this week. We show it tomorrow. The head of the George Washington Chemistry Department has taken our CO2 kit. He has produced the CO2, and he has announced that he's found a new way, a breakthrough in producing CO2. Vince has the paper. We're going to release it tomorrow. The ignorance, BBC has put it as a major, what do you call, as a news, that now there is a way to capture CO2 and use a zinc plates and everything which we've done. So those who understand, they try to take a step up. But as a group, as say the Keshe Foundation family, we got to be considered as one scientific state, without borders, without nation. So maybe with the way we produce nanomaterials and we have contributed into technology of nano, we are maybe top 2 or 3 nanotechnology as maybe scientific nation. It's a huge difference. You lot are not involved in these things, but very soon you get involved and you'll be proud to be part of it. Because we have become a force in nanotechnology. We have no race, we have no color, we have no religion, we have no, what do you call it, border. We work, we share. The guy makes a little bowl and he comes and shows it. The other one shows it how he does it with the barbecue. So maybe Keshe Foundation as a family has to be ranked whatever in the world nanotechnology, because we've broken everything to do with nanomaterials. There is a discussion at the moment in the scientific organizations what they're going to do with the Keshe Foundation plasma technology. Where are we going to place it? They have no nationality. Where do we put them? Does it become the assets of the American, the Iranians, or the Chinese, or the Russians? There are 118 Keshe Foundation national places around the world. So more or less we cover the whole entire planet. but we have to understand how we are influencing. This is why from now on we concentrate to gel the foundation as one family, as I put a note out today. So understand, you are the masters. Those of you who sit around these teachings, these chat rooms, which you add little things, you understand more than the professors teaching nanomaterials. And because they have access to the press, they can put your work as their finding. And I've asked people in the background, we'll submit a paper to open. I've asked for resignation of the head of department of George Washington University on the basis of the same as, what they call him, Stephen Hawking. And in my email to the head of the university and to the BBC, I have asked for his resignation, how many other papers is stolen, how many other technologies stolen, and he one is a sign of many. But this time, it's a Keshe Foundation finding. He's taken a suit. Vince, do you have that paper? Hello?
Yes, no, just looking for the unmute button behind all the windows.
We can show. It is a, pardon?
No, we don't have the paper yet. Or
Well, I'll send you the link.
Oh, they want the link. Oh, yes. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, the link is there on the BBC report. And it's on CO2 kit. And they're claiming it to be added to the nanotechnology of the American government scientists. It cannot be done. It belongs, I said, it belongs to the Keshe Foundation family in my email to the university chancellor. Because we understand the technology in its purest form. And others are linking the Nobel Prize nanotechnology given to Manchester University belongs to Keshe Foundation. Because I have all the documents to show how they've taken it from the original Keshe technology website. We have the time they've been there, how many times they've been there, what they've taken, and what they've come up with is all Keshe Foundation. But that time, nobody knew. We opened the hand of the Manchester University Nanotechnology Department, supposed to be elite. It's an elite of thieves of science. You lot, pardon?
I got that link and I sent it to Rick. Can you show
Yeah,
that, Rick?
we're going to show it tomorrow. You will see. It's our job to inform the universities. This is how they're working. This is the worst thing which is going to happen to us if we let it go. Others will come after it. The plasma technology we're going to show tomorrow, you lot should kick yourself. How are we going even to producing wheels to move when we know everything else with it? So try to understand the foundation of the knowledge. Then the rest is easy. And nobody can cheat no one. Because now, you know, you say, Rick said Iran's become 5th or 6th in ranking. This paper published by this thief professor in the US adds to the ranking of number 1 of the American government scientists. But it's a stolen paper. And I wrote in my email to the head of university, very simple thing. I said, if you go on the internet, you find a 5-year-old girl in China in the toilet is making the nano coating as he's claiming. So his knowledge is like a 5-year-old Chinese girl, and he belongs in the toilet because it's stolen. So where do we put ourselves? We have to be able not just to say we quoted, how we quoted, the way we quoted, the reason behind it, the science behind it, in the language of common man. We showed the spaceship last Thursday. To a lot of you, it's okay. We are supposed to understand it. We tolerate it. But stand still 1 second. How do you make the tangibility of the spacecraft? How is it created? How come this guy tells us the craft will create its own shape? Do we accept blind, or we have to understand who is going to explain it to us? Stand still, 2 seconds. You create nanolayers, you create a plasma moving, you create matter out of interaction of fields. It's now you who's got to decide where these fields interact, that they manifest themselves as the stupid thing which has come to be known, God particles. So if God particles, we explain, comes from a slowing down the magnetic field strength to a matter level, the strength. So now you see how your craft appears out of nowhere and why you need so many reactors. Do you place the reactors fixed, or you make some fixed and some dynamic? Then you can move your wall. You decide where the interaction between the plasmas come and what the strength that plasma interaction gives you. We have to be able to explain the science in the language of common man. And you lot have that talent. You, especially in these groups, you all understood it. You have to open your eyes. You have to open the barriers that you can explain yourself, not just making a reactor and showing a reactor. You've done enough. Now go into the science and explain the science. People will build reactors in no time. Tomorrow you'll see, we show the first time, more or less, next step of creating reactors, motion, plasma motion, without the existence of a single motor. You will see it. Why? How? How do we create motion? Because we create, as I say, Marco's best friend, the gradient. How do you create a gradient? We go back into teaching when we explain when the sun on one side sends its field and the other side of the earth has the different strength field because they absorb. It creates part of the motion of the plasma of the soup of the earth and the plasma of the sun. The paper is up. Read it. Go on the BBC and follow it. You've been stolen. I want to know, if somebody comes and robs your house, are you going to sit and watch and say nothing? Or are you going to defend yourself? How many of you are going to write to BBC and George Washington University that this guy shouldn't be there? And I'll tell you what he's going to do. When he's sacked, he's going to become one of these anonymous attackers on the Keshe Foundation, because now he's lost his job because of his TV. So understand the technology, how you create walls. You tell us there's going to be manifest itself out of nowhere, a reactor, a spaceship. Don't take my word. Go back on your teaching, go back on your education. Look how I place reactors. Look how many reactors I placed. I explained to you, go back to the ring which I designed and Marco put together the last day of teaching of the term. Every single ball is a position of the wall for the reactor, for the spaceship. We will give you top view of this this setting, because it was set, and I told Marco this is the most remarkable unit ever will be made, because this is the basis, it's the alphabet of the knowledge of the space technology, motion, energy, creating material. You got to extend the knowledge, go to the roots, understand the plasma, understand the interaction of plasma. The rest is just a game for a child. 5-year-old in the toilet has more knowledge than the professor in George Washington University. But at least the child is honest. He shows it where he makes it and where he came from. And he says, Keshe Foundation. So try to go, because from now on, I said in the teaching, the last 3-4 weeks of the teaching in the center, we're going with a very high speed. Now we're going to go with a super speed, because there's no use people turning to the foundation to make a spaceship without knowing how and why, the reason behind it, how it's done. We go, we have a car with no engines in it. How do you start a transfer of the magnetic fields into gravitational and magnetical fields? This is something you have to do. All of you standing, waiting for a motor to turn up. There are no motors in the universe. How come Earth is rotating? Where does the gradient comes from? How do you create a gradient? It sits on the platform which you have with what do you call the plate with, I said, with Marco. You'll be kicking yourself how you lot have missed the point. We open the knowledge. That's why when we open the knowledge tomorrow in a more rawest form, there's stages to go still. It calls for the manufacturing arms of the Keshe Foundation to come into operation very rapidly within the next week, 2 weeks. Because if you do not lead, it's going to be abused. It should be easy for all of you. It doesn't matter where you sit, on your table, with what I've seen you have and all the knowledge you brought in past months, to have a UFO flying on your table within the next couple of weeks. You don't need to come to Baletta. All of you have everything you need on the table. And the total cost to make a spaceship for most of you must be less than $5. We are not trying to make heroes. We're not trying to make leaders. We're trying to make a science that every man in the space can use the knowledge to save his own life. Because in many times, it's very hard to be the last lion and still start a new herd of lions. Unless you know how to change a rib to a woman. Unless you understand how a neutron changes to electron and a proton. This is what is, you got to understand, there is no choice. We have no choice. We have to understand the raw science, which means the fundamentals. And then once you know the alphabet, you can make a poet or you can write a book. So start understanding. Don't go on what is there and this is what the Gans does. What does it do? And usually in the world of science, in the world of humanity, when you show people they already have, they lose their point of attack and what I call reservation about the technology or a science. As I always say, they tell me you make it so simple that the common man can understand. And there is a very big problem with me, has been all my life. And that is, I always, even in my business life, there are those who go and they like to sell one Rolls Royce and they wait when there's another millionaire made that they can sell another Rolls Royce to him. Most of the Rolls Royce dealers in England wait for Saturday's lottery draw. And the minute the name comes out, they are there to sell a Rolls Royce because now you're a millionaire, you're going to have a Rolls Royce. In my life, in my business life, I always said the first thing I did, what is needed more, and once it's used, it cannot be used or there is no need for it that they need to buy another one. So I sell millions, but I make a penny a million, and I sell millions of millions, where the guy, if he can overcome the competition of other Rolls Royce sellers, he might sell 2 Rolls Royces a year, Otherwise, he dies of hunger. Look at that structure. How you can manipulate more stuff to create the more stuff with a little effort. Very, very little effort. Because in the universe, there is no effort. It's all interactions. All of you, when I start teaching tomorrow how you can create rotating plasma, and how all of you, any of you on this chat, tomorrow afternoon, after I finish, get a gun and shoot yourself in the head. What the heck, we haven't seen it up to now. You have all the knowledge. And I promise you, every single one of you, if you understand the teaching of tomorrow, within a week, 2 weeks, Armen maybe by tomorrow night, there's a dot on that one. Marco, conservatively, maybe 2 weeks. Rick, I'll give you 2 days. We'll build the spaceship on your table. All of you. And then you're going to kick yourself. This guy has taken us around for 1.5 years, 2 years, 10 years. He could have told us from day one. Hey, Armen. Good morning. But this is how we have to teach.
Asma, it was tough ride.
Pardon?
Asma, it was a tough ride.
It's not a tough ride. The roughness has come. The storms are still to come. This was a wave.
Not rough, tough.
Tough. The same. We have to understand the language of science in its true form. My problem for past years has been to correct the wrong that we could build from scratch. Up to last week, we corrected the wrong science. You understand?
Yes.
All the teachings I've done in the past 10 years, all my work in 40 years has been to correct the mistakes of past hundreds of years. Literally, don't demolish, but take it off brick by brick, keep the bricks, and then build a new house. And we start building the new house from last Thursday. We start building a new structure through the real understanding. The hardest part for me for past 10 years, especially, has been to literally dismantle the world of scientific knowledge, which was based on the wrong basis. And now that we've done the dismantling, showing what the nanomaterial is or the plasma is, now we can start building a new structure. Now we can start building science on the real basis. And you lot are the leaders in it. And you have to understand, you've got to be able, up to now, you had a problem making a reactor, putting a ball in there. Oh boy, I wrote yesterday to somebody, we have invested on 11,000 paint pads to be produced worldwide, because a lot of people want a paint pad. And I wrote, I know I'm already invested the money in it to help the others, and we're already out of date because people are producing new materials. So in so many ways, the technology is developing in a way we have demolished the basis of the, what I call old science. We use the best part of it. We use it to explain it. We use it to teach it because people can connect to it. But with it, we built up a new science of technology, new fields of science of technology on a correct basis. So start thinking by tomorrow morning, what you've done wrong. Oh, what you missed, not done wrong, but what did you miss that you could not build the reactor without any motor. And don't forget, to me, most probably to all of you, a reactor is only a containment to create a dynamic plasma. Otherwise, it has no purpose. So understand the terminology of a reactor in my language too. So how can you make a dynamic plasma without any what I call core? Because all of you created all these reactors. Oh, look at what the beautiful, simple way Rick showed us this morning to create a core, buying a lamp to create a rotating plasma. So tomorrow you see you need no rotation. You need no motor. And the stupid thing is, we're still investing, producing single core and star formation for people. Because that's what they understand. This is where they're comfortable with their stupidity, or their ignorance, or the wrong teaching. Tomorrow, I'll accept a lot of suicide notes, but please don't kill yourselves.
No. Why we should?
Pardon?
Why we should kill ourselves?
To say how easy it has been, and this guy's been taking us around for 2 years.
It's okay. The
Oh,
century
it's been
is to
an
go.
awesome ride, though.
The thing is, but we had to go through the process. People had to feel the plasma, they had to feel the Gans, they had to feel the nanomaterial to build the trust in their own knowledge. This has been our problem. The biggest challenge for us was to create a condition that people say, okay, there's nothing wrong, it's addition, now we're going to the next step.
What is wrong, Mr. Keshe? I'm touching nanomaterials and the Gans for 2 years. Nothing happened to me.
We don't know, maybe soon you'll have 2 tails.
No. Not gonna wood.
You never know, you might have 4 ears, huh? I know there is no objection with 2 tails, but the rest God knows.
No.
But you have to understand how you can manipulate the forces. None of you up to now have manipulated any forces of plasma. You waited for the fallouts, but none of you manipulated it yet. And that's been strange to me.
Sorry, excuse me, this is Ali, Mr. Keshe.
Yes. Topon?
I manipulate, and I have flying.
You have what?
I have flying.
A flight.
Yes, before was 998 between 2000. It was I'm using a Tesla coil, and I get a lift.
You have levitation. Tesla never achieved magnetic gravitational.
Yes, you have a right.
You have a levitation, not positioning, magnetic positioning. It's a huge difference.
I get it positioning. When you hanging, when you manipulate it from both of sides, from polarity, like a polarity. I don't want to call north and south or south or north.
Yeah, from entry and exit, yeah.
Yeah, from entrance exit. If you go to using electrons and positrons from up and down, I'm talking for about 2000, not with I don't talking about for McGraw power or plasma power. I'm talking for about negatively charged from the Tesla coil, then you have to go to build one shield around of your plate, double plate, one closing down and another closing up. When you creating this shielding around like a torus, you moving from the 3 dimension and you're coming in the 4th dimension, and even you can moving in the time even with this shielding. For moving a machine, I'm prefer to using a machine. I don't want to using this word for spaceship, because they're just a machine. And it was I'm positioning 120 degrees with the angles downstairs, also to manipulate electron and positron 3 balls, like around the balls, and I'm controlling it. Because when you go to changing a polarity, 2 balls, for example, 2 balls is a plus and 1 ball is minus, you will how to moving, you can moving your machine, whereas a weaker, for example, we have 2 plus and 1 minus, yes? Your machine started churning and taking about nearly 28 degrees or 27 degrees and start to moving where the weakness polarity. I'm doing this before. So
how far can you fly up?
Sorry? Outer atmosphere, sir. Outer atmosphere. Because I told you, I create around my machine. I create around of my machine like string, like a balloon. Okay, you can make image of one balloon, and I'm positioning in this balloon, in the middle of this balloon, I'm positioning my craft, and around of it is circularly. It was looking like a torus. So
we are doing same thing with nanomaterial. Nanomaterial is shielding of reactor.
Who's talking?
Nevin from Croatia.
Mr. Nevin, I'm talking for about 98 between 2000. It's not when...
Where, can I ask you, why don't we see your flying system?
Why I must showing for everybody?
No, I mean, can you show it to us?
Now, in this moment? No.
No. I mean, as part of the teaching.
It was I'm trying many times, Mr. Keshe. One time I'm talking with you about Mr. Rick. He didn't give me chance. I'm contact with you. I'm trying to many times. I'm contact with you, but I couldn't find this opportunity. Why? I don't know.
All right.
I don't blame anybody.
No, it's not a blame. No. We don't work that way. What I say is, how come that how can you show it to us that we can see this? Because then you take us to the next step. It makes it easier for us.
Mr. Keshe, is very, very simple. How is you talking? How is you saying? It's very easy hanging the craft to create a shielding around of machine like a balloon, and you're positioning your craft in the middle point in the balloon. But this balloon will coming from from 3 dimension. You will come 4th dimension. Okay. And
yeah, this is what we're trying to teach from last week.
Okay, you can traveling in the time when you hanging your machine in the 4th dimension with this balloon, you You can traveling in the time even. You can moving forward or reverse in the time.
Well, okay. Add to our knowledge. Add to our knowledge. Explain. Don't just what I call. Explain to us exactly how you do it.
So okay. How I'm doing now or before?
Doesn't matter. Add to our knowledge. We are here to learn.
Okay. Think how to say regular plate. You will taking two regular plates. You closing one plate is up, another from down. Okay.
What do you mean two regular plates?
Can you turn on a video, Ali? Is that possible?
Sorry?
Can you turn on a video so we can see what you're talking about?
Who's talking now? I couldn't see.
It's Vince that I'm talking.
Vince, my friend, Vince, listen to me. Everybody is my brother, okay? And with everybody, I want to share my knowledge.
I'm just talking about maybe if you can draw.
I want to take a foundation further, okay? But I try many times this, but why I don't know. Many people wants to block
Put it
my.
this way. No. I tell you something else. Humanity isn't ready.
Ali, this is Jamie. If you can draw a picture and turn on your video, it'd be helpful.
Why hasn't been done? Because our teaching in that side wasn't ready. So now it means you're in the right place, the right time.
Exactly.
Okay. This is it's no use what I call talking about this and that. Now it's we open. It's time for it. You have come the right time, and maybe that's you were born to be there at that time. That people can understand it faster. If you would have showed us this 3 months ago, people would have never understood.
Or they would have stopped learning on the other stuff. So
yeah,
that can cause a problem.
Oh, so, first of all, we need our craft under our craft from on the three position, three place. We must positioning 120 degrees angle is 3 reactor. Okay, but small reactor.
This is okay. This is now you understand why I said the fat boy stands the best chance. He's positioned at 120-degree angles.
Mr. Keshe, what I'm doing this experiment, it was 980 between 2000, but Turkish army authority, they doesn't give me chance. They shoot me out.
No, listen. Explain to us. When you talk about the plate, these are flat plates or are they round plates?
No, it's not flat plate. Like a regular food plate.
Yeah.
When you go to turn, one plate is up, another one is same plate is from down, and between them, if you divide it with something, how is calling?
A pizza stacker, I call it.
No, wait a minute. I have another scientific name. Wait.
Dielectric? Dielectric, is it? Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, before you go any further, what you are trying to explain is already been made by the foundation. It's already in the background. We never showed it.
Yes, Mr. Keshe, but there's a point you will must put to control it. How many bigger will come your balloon, first of all, and secondly, how you could to give order for example, 120 degrees for the control to flying, to moving your ship. How many faster you will go to give order? Because is very sensitive because how to say gravity.
Now, okay. Now you go back. Oh, stop. I just tried to, as usual, explain something. This now you understand why in the teachings we start talking about mind control. With your thoughts, you can control faster than electronics.
Because of this, I finished my experiment. It was 2000 because I couldn't control it.
Know how to control it through Gans. Now you understand. Carry on.
So it was I'm stopped this experiment. Not I'm stopped. Who's giving me financial help? Like it was is reality which people give me financial help, financial power. They financial me. It was they want to build something gun for them, like for army. And I said when I said no, they kicked me out.
Okay, now let's go back. You know the way we work. You know, no, wait. You're telling us what you've done, and you're telling us the problem. And as you know, we all been through the same thing. Now, maybe you have a platform in understanding this, and I open a section of the Keshe Foundation, which is privileged to a very few at the moment, to you see how I'm taking the knowledge seekers in the direction of light, what you're speaking about. So, Vince, can you give him my private email? And if you go on the Skype and send me your connection on the Skype. We go through it, and as usual, I give you a platform on the Teaching Thursday.
Mr. Keshe, can I giving one more? Can I sharing one problem, another one problem with the knowledge seekers?
Yeah,
it's possible.
They're all humans, yes.
Okay, craft. If somebody's of yours have to build a ship, and they go to hanging in the balloon. I mean, in the shielding, taking in the shield, and you delete the gravity. In this balloon, you'll now have gravity. I mean, G1 around of.
Have you been in it? Let me ask you a question. Have you been inside your balloon?
Yeah. Because when you go to create a very huge high voltage from the up plate and the down plate, but the opposite polarity, like how is using your Italians, Mr. Turn one clockwise, anti-clockwise. It was we were doing this with electron and positron. And down
yeah, you see the problem accumulates in a way when you speak at the matter charges. That's why you created the light. This is what we've been saying for a long time. That's how you created the light. That we've been telling even in the Keshe Foundation Technologies website years ago. We call it a bright light in the sky. I understand your explanation. I understand. But let me tell you this. You have, listen. You have to step down, make a presentation which common man understand. As usual, I give you the floor on the teaching on Thursday. You can have whole Thursday because you were not supposed to be heard. You understand? Now, what you explain, it's like the way we brought Alex out, the way we brought Renan out, the way we brought other people when they could add to the knowledge of the foundation. So bring your knowledge. I understand what you're talking about, because I'm taking the foundation is where you are. Your problem is you cannot give it physicality to contain the plasma interaction. You're creating plasma interaction which just creates the light. This is what we said. Let me explain. And then this slide, this material, this structure you create can position itself, but you can't put a structure inside it. So with the knowledge we have, we put the structure inside it, but it creates the light. You understand? So you have come the right time. Maybe with your knowledge, you can add to our knowledge in a correct way. So step down, make a presentation. Armies didn't let you show, Keshe Foundation does. As a worldwide community, we allow you to share our share. We thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. Yeah? But
I'm trying nearly 1 year, but nobody gave me a chance.
Now you have the chance. I give you a platform with 200-300 million listeners. And we are all ready to understand, to work.
I don't need many listeners. I need to share my knowledge with yours. And I want
you share your knowledge with all of us. And we build on it.
I share many times this knowledge, but nobody gets.
Because they couldn't understand. Now this group of people understand part of it. Yeah, I've been trying to say you can go to the moon and back in 5 seconds, and everyone says you're an idiot. Yeah, but now they realize who's the idiot. So it's irrelevant. People could or could not. I understand your frustration, but I understand the position you have. But try to, we call it in English language, when you write a letter, you write without prejudice. Yeah? Make a presentation without the prejudice what the governments have done to you. Yeah? Yes. You have the platform. Tomorrow, you've got your thing. It shouldn't take you more than a day. I give you platform. Tomorrow, you can teach. Yeah? Then people can see what we taught last week. Now there are 3 people around the world who are flying. You're not the only one.
It means they understand the process.
They understood weeks ago.
Okay.
So you're not the only one. And this is the question I asked you. Have you ever been inside your plasma field? And then you answered me, you know, you said you create the light or whatever, plasma, that it can go anywhere beyond atmosphere.
Mr. Keshe, I told you, I moving from the 3 dimension. It was I'm hanging myself like with my craft in 4th dimension. And in the 4th dimension.
Okay, show us. Okay. You have come in the right. If you would have come 2 weeks ago, we would have told you it's not ready yet. Yeah? You come in, now you come in because we showed the craft last week. Now we give you a chance to come and hang yourself. You understand? But you have to explain the knowledge that we can understand.
Okay.
Maybe 3 or 4 people understand what you're talking about around the foundation, because they are flying already.
Okay.
So you have to make other millions of us to understand. And if it would have come 2 weeks ago, it would have been a waste of time. You understand? We showed the craft last week. We don't want to hang you. We want to have a structure that we can live in.
Yes, of course, it's very easily.
So, okay. So we have the knowledge to create the structure. Okay? So you have 24 hours. Don't go to sleep and don't fall asleep when you're teaching. I'll give you a platform. I'll give you a platform tomorrow. Yeah? Is that good enough?
Does that give you
Okay.
enough time, Ali?
Well, I think
prepare?
it's more of everybody coming together at this point, isn't it, Mr. Keshe, of Ali?
No, this is everybody came. Everybody, I always say, you have a very wrong understanding, and let me put you, a lot of you, in a way. If you think, and I'll explain this to a few of you, if you think you are here and you did all the work by accident to be here, you don't know how much mistake you're making. Your souls to be here to serve has been appointed and has been there. Your physicality is just a tool to deliver the information which has been platformed thousands of years before.
It's reality. I'm praying many times. God bring me close to you.
No, but the thing is, you come close to humanity. So you have to explain your knowledge the way you gathered. That now that we put the shape of the reactor on the platform last Thursday, now with you, it would have taken me, let's say, another month to explain. Now with you coming as an outsider, explaining it, then makes it easier for us to go to the next step. So you've been born to do this job tomorrow. It's irrelevant what you went through.
Mr. Keshe, but I want to inform you, I don't have any tools with me. If you go to asking me, show me by the physically all this. Can I explain you by the theoretically only?
Pardon?
Can I explain for people by theoretically? Because on my hands, I don't have any prototype. I don't have nothing because
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
It was too.
Have you taken picture? Have you taken picture of these things?
Because at that time I'm working in a military program. Then kick me out because I never go to accept what I know. I go to share with them.
Okay, listen. What I want you to do, I give you tomorrow morning. We have Renan with the health, which is we can put it to the back end of the teaching. In the morning, we have an important announcement to make, 2 or 3, very important. Then I introduce the technology, what we done last week. I don't go any further. I let you to explain. And if you want, you can come to Balletta. I give you every opportunity, which is in the position of the Keshe Foundation, to show your knowledge.
No, I want to learn what this means is plasma technology because it was.
No. You show. No. You already learned. You already mastered. You have to teach them. We see what we can add to your knowledge. As a group of Keshe Foundation family.
Reality, I combined it with a plasma condition with a matter condition.
Okay, show us. You haven't completed. You have managed to do the interaction. So what I explained, you have tomorrow to show. You have tomorrow to teach us.
I hope Turkish Secret Service, MIT, they don't go to shoot me. I hope.
Listen, you don't know what they do or what they don't do. We are part of the structure. We are part.
On submarine to cover submarine from the radar. When you create this shielding around of submarine, you know, it's a high wave. Low wave.
We won. We already have shown that with the Iranian military before. So this is not a. That's why I said you create a shielding. Now yes, you confirm what we've been teaching. Okay. So what I want you to do is a step down in emotional anger. I go through it. People like you and me go very easy through it because we understand it.
Of course.
And tomorrow, explain to us. Put a camera on. Exactly what I did with Alex and the others.
camera.
Listen, if they're gonna kill you, they're gonna kill you. If they're gonna be helping you, they're gonna help you. You understand? If you're telling us already what you've done, you already made yourself a target, if that's your fear. You understand? So put a presentation together tomorrow and explain to us. And if you want to bring it into reality, come and join us in Barletta in 10 days' time.
No, if I come in Barletta, I'm never living from there. I'm living there for forever.
So that's your problem, isn't it? Italy is a nice place. They make good pizzas.
I'm from Cyprus. I know this weather. I like this weather.
So home is from home. So explain to us tomorrow and join us on the 15th of September. And I'll give you the lead in developing the space technology, including the others. You can head the space technology in the craft development. I have no problem. You give me a more free hand to live.
Ellie,
Yes.
doesn't have to worry about your integrity and anything. There is no reason to fear about anything because
Listen, there is a lot of fear. You haven't been in his position or my position.
Yeah, I know.
There's a lot of fear. I tell you something. People, I understand what he's talking about, and because we live it every day. People around where we are now in Italy have got fed up with the control which is around us. You people don't understand till you live what he's talking or lived, or I do. I understand him. That's why I tried to explain to him to step down and explain it. If you explain it tomorrow, the cat is out of the bag, so they can't do anything. Now the only thing is left to develop it. This is how I saved my life. Yeah. This is how I have managed to go to the next step and next step and next step.
Mr.
Sharing the knowledge, it opens the door.
MIT Secret Service is more stronger from Mossad.
It's irrelevant. Listen, this doesn't matter. Nobody can stop you sharing knowledge tomorrow. And I don't tell you we give you next month, next year. Huh? You have the knowledge, get a pen, get a paper, get a camera on your video, you teach us.
Can I write some formula?
You can write anything. You can write any formula, doesn't count. First of all, if you have any system, what you call we can show us, you can draw us, and you can come to Barletta on the 15th of September and head the space, the craft side. We are putting a team together. And with that, we can jump 10 years. Yeah?
More than 10 years.
Now you know why you were born. You were born to do this. So it's in your hand how you want to do it.
100 years we can going further, Mr. Keshe. We can jumping further, but there's a point of but. I don't know.
What is the but?
I will go to explain you. When you build this craft, okay, it was we're doing is opposite. You can create plasma with Tesla coil, okay? I will go to tell you this only.
Tesla did it a long time ago.
Mr. Keshe, you didn't understand me. From the Tesla coil, with the Tesla coil, you can create open plasma.
We know that.
Okay.
We know. Let me explain to you how we know that. As you've seen the demonstration of Professor Mile in Keshe Foundation, 2-3 years ago, when you get that fluorescent tube, which I gave it to him, and he shows the fluorescent tube becoming light, to light up, that shows the creation of the dome of plasma. So we are not talking people who just see it as a light. they're ignorant to reality. But if you, like you and me, understand the behavior of plasma, you understand Tesla created a dome of fields. That the interaction of that with the gas inside the tube creates the light. So Tesla understood this. People who are ignorant to work of Tesla come up with all the other rubbish. Tesla understood the creation of plasma in its matter sense. So
I don't know what to display, but it was I'm doing this and I'm creating this shielding and I'm hanging.
Yes, but the point is, you create the shielding, you're hanging, but first of all, it needs a control system to when you hang, how you want to hang. Secondly, it needs a system to have a structure that it can be inside it, that you don't hang, you can walk around. So we are adding, to the knowledge, yeah.
Excuse me. It was I creating a shielding. It was in middle of the balloon. I'm calling a balloon.
Yeah, you see. Let me explain. Let's use a common man language. Yeah.
Okay.
You call it a shielding. We call it a dynamic plasma interaction.
Okay.
As far as the fields from your reactors or your plates can travel and have the strength, that becomes your barrier. So you call that barrier shielding. This is what Reagan called it. What do you call it? The space. What do you call it? A Star Wars technology. So when we speak in the language of man, people can understand. So what you create? You create a plasma that you can fit into it. You build a car your size. Yeah. So now, up to now, we were used to building a car with metals. Now you build a car with the fields. And this is what I explained last week in the teaching. We allow the fields to dictate, but now we allow the fields to show tangibility. This is the game. This is the proposition. Earth has an atmosphere, has its shielding, but is managed to give itself physicality of the planet that we can live on it. Yeah? So that's why the teaching has taken 10 years. I thank Turkish military to kick you out. They did you the biggest favor. I thank the Turkish Secret Service to keep an eye to keep you alive to be here today. But now your job is to explain it that people can understand.
Is the next step. About 15 years is reality. About 15 years I'm hiding from them. But when I'm come tomorrow...
if you're hiding, how come you're on the internet? They can talk to us. They still let you live because they know you're something positive. Don't forget, I come from Iran. And secondly, a quarter of Iranians are Turks. And I know how the Turkish service work. Okay? So if they want to take you, you'll be done long gone. They left your life to come and serve the foundation today, the humanity. So try to step down, get your anger out. I still have the same anger with the Belgian government, but it doesn't change the reality. I have the same position as you are. Iranian government keeps me out of Iran for Mossad to kill me. Because if I'm out, I share knowledge. If I go to Iran and become Iranian nuclear, Ayatollah Khamenei and the Iranian government decided me outside alive is better than me inside killed. So you have to understand, these are the things scientists, people at your level, my level, live with. Common people don't understand. I tell you something. I can put a camera in the sky tonight. I tell you the time, and you can see how much American government is spending on what do you call it? This single crafts to fly over me constantly. I go on the beach, they fly over me. So we have a drone constantly, a drone flying over our head, doesn't matter where we go. I can take my camera and I show it to you. So the structure scientists in our level need protection. At the same time, we can abuse our knowledge. In a way, it's good for us. In a way, it's part of the world protection. Your Turkish government, if they wanted to take you, they do it. They would have, they wanted to take me out, they would have done that. You've seen the closest man to me is the biggest spy for the Belgian government.
I think from now, on this moment, I must waiting who's come to take me.
Doesn't matter if they come. It means you served your purpose. You know why? How you served your purpose? You confirmed technology is correct. What we are teaching. So it's irrelevant. If you have a fear, start teaching now. Open your camera. Tell us now. You don't need to do it tomorrow. Rick, can you put everything on recording? Let him teach. We play tomorrow.
I needed time to think about that. Please.
So what are you talking about?
It's all on record. We've recorded.
So if you have to think about why you're here, you say you've been trying to reach us for so long. My people around me, they barred you or they blocked you. It's normal with people around us. We surround ourselves with we believe and trust 100%. So that's their job. We don't try to make ourselves elite. Is that we get so much problem that we allow the closest people we trust to create a barrier that we don't come across a lot of rubbish which we see every day. So you want the platform, do it now, because Mossad might kill you before today's prayer time. So open up, teach.
What you want to learn?
Teach us everything from the one. I listen. I have to be in a meeting at 12 o'clock. Now is 9 o'clock. I can even drive and listen to you. So start teaching now. Put it on recording. Play tomorrow. If you're not alive tomorrow, we play your recording. We bless your soul. And if you are there, you can teach again tomorrow.
Ali, I have a question for you. Can you
Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you something. You know, Alex came like you. He put something that he's learned something, and then they called his daughter, young daughter, to say that they're going to kill her. Done by Dirk Lorenz. Dirk Lorenz called, and his group called. They listened to communication. They tried to frighten him because they knew Alex will add something to the knowledge of the humanity. Dirk Lorenz called himself as an ambassador to the Italian police to cancel the reservation, the opening of the foundation. We are all aware of these things. So, let me tell you why I tell you do it now. Let me stop. Because when they frightened Alex, it took me 2 months to get Alex's trust back to come out. So the platform is yours. Do the recording now from our experience. We can play tomorrow, or do a better presentation tomorrow and come online live. It's yours. I shut up. Everybody stops. You start teaching. Don't call me Mr. Keshe. You're a scientist yourself. Call it. Teach us from the time you understood, how you did it, and what you saw. I don't understand anything. When I worked in Tehran Sharif University, they gave me a room, huge and empty, not a dust on it. They furnished it for me in a few days, and they said, this is your place. I know how governments work. And when I flew, I called the presidential office. I said, the system is flying. They already had the cameras in there. They knew it's vibrating and it's lifting. So, understand. We go quiet, you teach. That at least, as long as you're alive, next 10 minutes, a half an hour, if they come in and shoot you, you still will learn something from you, okay? Go ahead. We just shut up and listen to you. Give us a background. Tell us how you came to the conclusion. Tell us how you are. As usual, I put my foot in every now and then to say I'm still alive. So, together today we teach humanity how to build this. What I've been telling for years, you are here to show. Because now it's two of us and another 10 people listening. So now we share the knowledge. We all know how to do it. Yes, your chance of survival has increased by 10 times now.
Okay.
Okay, floor is yours. I'm going to mute and listen.
From the beginning, I want to inform you.
Can I just interject just for 1 second? Sorry, Ali. Rick, can you please give others chances to record? No, I don't have.
Vince, make sure we keep 3 recording of this on 3 different channels.
I'm trying to. Can you do that, Rick?
I recorded for myself also, so.
Yeah, because this information is a huge information, and it makes life much easier for us.
Right. Who needs recording capability right now?
Please give me recording capabilities.
Record as many as you can
John
in
Anderson.
different channels, but please do not play this till we go live tomorrow.
Okay, can you please?
Is everybody listening?
Yes.
Yeah. Anybody who's recording or anybody who's listening, do not record, do not release anything till he comes back on tomorrow and he explains himself. And if he's not there tomorrow, we bless his soul, which I don't think we need to. But then he explains everything himself.
I remember doing this.
John Anderson, well, and Richard.
Okay, go ahead.
All of humanity must.
So, go ahead. The floor is yours, and don't get I know you get emotional. Calm down. We understand everything. We are with you. So, tell us who you are, what is your background, and what you've done, and how you came to understanding this. Are you still alive, or have they got you so quick?
No.
Yeah, it's still there. Okay, carry on. Tell us who you are. Give us your full name, who you are, where you are. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of God, start.
La havle ve la kuvvete illa billahi al-aliyyil azim. My real name is Ali Muhammad Musa.
You carry all the names of prophets.
Nobody asked me before they give me this name. They just give me. Nobody asked my idea.
For those who don't know, Musa is Christ in Arabic.
And in reality, it didn't grow up my real family. It was they giving me when it was I'm 6 months baby. Some Turkish Cypriot family taking me like orphan baby, but I never go to recognize my real family. I don't know my family, my real family. I grown up on the hands of this family who's getting me like orphan. My father names, I mean, which man who's come to take me, come like my father. It was, his name is Emir Ali, like a Ala Emir. And woman who's his wife, my stepmother, was her name is Najiye. Najiye, I don't know how it's calling. When I came 7 years old, I lost my stepmother because of stomach cancer. Again, I'm living without mother. Growing me up, my father. From 7 years old till I coming in army. Because in Turkish system, you have ultimate, you must be ultimate soldier for 2 years, 24 months. Then when I finish my duty, is reality, nobody asked me, do you like to go to the army? If somebody gonna come to ask me, I said no. But they said me, you must go army. And I accepted like donkey, and I'm going like donkey. Because they told me.
What was your education in the school?
So, before I coming in army, it was I'm finishing a technical high school. And electronic.
So you're trained in the high school?
Yes, before I go in army.
Yeah.
When I finished army, was the open section in England, is in Royal Technical College. I don't know if you heard it before or not. Royal Technical College in London. And in reality, half of my family, I mean, which people they get me like orphan, they accept me like my stepfather and mother. They brothers and sisters, because of Cyprus. Do you know Cyprus history? 1974 happened war and blah blah blah.
Yeah, I've been there. I was the day of after what they call it, 1991, when they're attacking. They're planning to attack Baghdad. All the hotels were empty in Cyprus. Everybody escaped the Iraq attacks. Yeah, I know well. Carry on.
Admit you visiting for Haram as well.
No, I was there in March, April, the time they were planning to attack. I was in a hotel with 3 old women with 500 rooms. The rest was empty. I was the only fool who went to Cyprus.
Excuse me, is Banush. Sorry, excuse me, is my friend is calling me and I'm close.
Just say I'm talking. Just close your phone. Okay, tell us. So you have a technical background.
Banush kardeş konuşurum şimdi, tamam? Tamam, ha.
You see, we have a black African, we have a Turk, we have people from Philippines, we have Chinese. So we are all one planet, one people, huh?
Mr. Keshe, how said, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, we all coming from one father, from Adam.
So what happened with you in the army after you finished?
When I'm finished, it was the open section. They start to accept this Royal Technical College in London. It was 95. Was we coming? We must coming to embassy of British embassy in Cyprus. In the green line, on the green line was this embassy, and we giving exam, and who's win? They taking us by the queen hands, because everything is because of the Royal Technical College, and everything, all of spending, payment, for about school, for about education. The Queen pay all our spending. Before then,
so I've been paying for you to be educated because I was a taxman in England that time. So I already paid for your education.
For this day, I think you pay me.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I used to be a taxpayer at that time in England.
Anyway,
it was a good investment. It was a good investment. Okay, tell us.
But I learned English because a long time I didn't using my English. Anyway, when I come back from school, I'm come back to in Cyprus.
What, you went to London to get educated?
Yes, about 4
How
years.
long? 4 years.
4 years.
So you're trained electrical engineer from technical in London.
2 years electric, 2 years electronic.
Okay.
Because of this, I couldn't came. If I'm continuing to taking lessons years, I'll become engineer. But
Yeah.
I educate 2 years, and after I do 2 years electronic. Then after finish my family money, and they take me back. Become punk. Because that time I was in London is a punk, not to learn or drugs or blah blah blah. You know, is a Middle East culture, yes. They
understand.
And they taking me back to the home. When I come back home, it was my cousin. It was his level officers in Turkish army. And what
We're getting interference somehow. You have to fix your microphone.
Somebody is going in, coming in.
Gian, please mute, please. Gianluca, please mute.
Okay, carry on.
So anyway, it's accidental. It is not accidental. Like hobby, I start to moving. It was I'm carrying, but always when I'm looking on the stars, in the sky, at night time, many times I told myself, Ali, you burn in correct time, in correct place. Always I have interesting. It was I have interesting is to build some craft and living from this earth. Because when I'm start to sing, when I'm start to growing up and I sing people double face, and when they know have mercy in, especially with the capital, with the money, because which people have put in the mostly people, it's not all people, when they go to put money in the pocket, they lost their mercy. They never, they not become sorry. They go to put you down and they kill you, or you fell down on the street. Nobody turn head to watching you to go to help you. And I'm learning this in England, this culture. When I see this situation, this what's happening around on me, I start to calling myself. I said, Ali, you're unlucky man because you burn in the wrong time and in the wrong place.
We send you to planet Zeus.
Why not? I'm ready to go. From yesterday, Mr. Keshe, not now, from yesterday. I'm ready to come test pilot. So anyway, I started moving with my cousin. I have another one cousin. It was he's finishing high school on electronic. Is in regular school. When I'm
switch the phone off.
Everybody started. No, I never have that much calling before. Wait a minute.
Okay, switch the phone off.
Alo. Ha. Söyle. Yok çocuğum, yok git yakar. Tövbe estağfurullah. Hadi kapat hadi kapat. La havle ve la. Anyway, we start to playing with the electronics, with some experiments, and after somehow I don't know, I don't remember exactly. He bring me one book. Was typing in 18th centuries from Tesla. but it was an original. I mean, original like original typing. Nobody go to make censor or not to go to change something. And I started reading this book. When I started reading this book, that time it felt strong on my head. Boom! Like somebody shoot me on from my head. Because that's how I understand when I'm reading his book. I understand all of teaching what we're getting in England in the royal. Be careful, it's a royal. Must be perfect place. Everything is wrong.
Good morning. Good morning.
And you know, Mr. Keshe, they have to hide from us. I found in this book is 10 how to say, is hard point. They hide it from us. You cannot make if you see you want to. If these people who doing this, I'm going to take from them coming in cemetery. I'm taking one by one out, and I'm start to shake and ask you, why are you doing this? You're keeping us 200 years minimum. They keeping us 200 years back. They making rotor, you know, rotor for one train, yeah. Or yeah, they making for humanity 200 years rotor. And I start to lose my vision from my eyes when I'm reading this, because for the full up, or to go to full up one capacitor, I don't know if you understand for electronics, because I educate on electronics, and because of this I know this. I know about this. If you go to fill up one capacitor, they're giving us one formula plus 2 square. But this is not how is writing is Tesla. It was Tesla was he writing plus 2 square 2 square. This second 2 square, they deleted. And how much you go to counting for about electric or for about anything, you will go in the wrong way.
So you mean the 2 square plus 2 square is explained in numbers?
Mr. Keshe, they explained for us, it was this 2 square plus 2 square. This 2 square, what they got to delete, it was a door we could to come to 200 years before for plasma technology.
No, what I understand that. That's why I always said Tesla is one of the geniuses. But he didn't need the equations. But what I'm asking you, it says you say 2 is square, you mean 2 times 2, and then they took the other one 2 times 2 out of the book. So you do half of it.
No, not like that.
Explain. That's what I want you to explain.
2 square, 2, it means square, plus the square, yes?
Yeah.
Then again, this number will go to passing with the square.
Can you open your camera and write it?
In this moment, no. Please.
Okay. Have it ready for tomorrow.
If I'm in life, yes.
Okay, no problem. You're still alive, so teach us.
Now, yes. Anyway, when I'm reading this, I start to think with my cousin. This is not only for my experiment. We sharing knowledge with my cousin. Cousin who's my cousin? Is not like a blood cousin. I mean, which guys who's interesting? Such math experiment, for example. We started playing with the capacitor. After I found some documents from another place, after I see if you're charging a capacitor start to moving in the empty space, if you're charging a load, after blah, 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 blah. Anyway, I came and I found one German man, some documents from one German man who has a meeting with some peoples from another planets, from another outer people. I started reading his talkings, his conversation with these people, and giving me some ideas from there. After somebody sent me some book like Agartha, I started reading in Agartha also, and in the Agartha exactly what explaining is you start explaining. It was that time, I'm talking for about not 2000, it was 1985 I finished so Army, I'm coming out 96, 97, 98, between happened this. Anyway, and I start to think, I said to my cousin, I get some information from which person who was have conversation with this outer people. Then I start to copy it. I try to copy it, not start to copy it. I try to copy it then. Then I get knowledge. Every experiment, every trying, I learn something more. I learn something more. I learn something more. Then from the end, I come in and fly my disc. Then you know what's the funny? It was lost it was lost in my disc, but wire, which I'm trying to do a remote control, it was outside. But I couldn't see is my disc. Because sorry, excuse me, but this shielding was closing it was a 60 centimeters around, 60 or 70, like a maquette. I'm playing with this first. When I'm lost this.
Can you repeat that again? What you said? We just missed it.
From where?
Where there was no connection.
It was I lost my disc, but it's funny things was a cable, was a control cable. I decided to. I think can I control it? It was a disc is lost, but this cable stayed hanging position on the air.
How did you lose the disc?
I don't know. It was that time. It was I don't know. Now I know, but it was that time I didn't know.
What do you know now?
What I know now. It was I opened.
How did you lose it?
It was I opened a plasma, and when I opened plasma, and this shielding was come to covering the disc. Okay. Start to direct it as a light for different angles and not to turn back from our eyes. It was disc is there, but we cannot see because no any returning light back to our eyes. Because of that, when I'm pulling a cable, because I'm afraid, this time come this disc and punching my face. Because this shielding, when covering this disc, this shielding can change a direction of light. And if not turn back your eyes this light, daylight, you cannot see. Will come like transparent.
This is what I always explain. The matter is in front of you, but you don't see it.
I know this.
Yeah, okay. So the disc was there, but because of the change in the field, you can't see it.
Yes, exactly. When I'm pulling back, I want to be sure where's going my disc, because it's cable in my hand, but this is
the disc appears.
Yeah. When I'm pulled back, this coming straight line, directly line in my face, and punching me, and broke my nose. Because I pull him very, very hardly, very strongly. Because I'm afraid I lost my disc, because I'm spending a lot of money on this.
What was disc made of?
From aluminium.
Just aluminium plate.
Some special shape, yes.
Okay,
But
what's the special shape?
Is not only aluminium. Inside has some Tesla coil, one forward, one reverse polarity working, and another forward polarity is working.
So can you show this to us tomorrow? Can you make a drawing of it?
Can I make you like a...
No, show us drawing of it, if you can draw it.
Like a picture, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Can you do that now, or do you want to do it tomorrow?
Reality, I now have A4 size paper with me, because...
Doesn't matter, on the wood, just show us what you mean. That if the Turkish Secret Service kills you, at least we know what you're talking about.
I think Rick can share a application or just a whiteboard that you can draw on the screen if you really wanted to.
If you're on Zoom, give him an application that he can just draw on the screen the way I do.
So, Mr. Keshe, excuse me, but I must go to find some paper.
We wait. Do you want me to dance or sing while you're away?
I don't know, you go to chatting each other for how to build some spiral or something.
Okay, no problem. How long do you need? 2 or 3 minutes?
I don't think you need any paper. We have a screen shared for you that you can screen.
Yeah, you can try the whiteboard.
You're gonna stop
that
this?
I just set up there.
All right, gentlemen, I have to move. They're gonna open a lawnmower behind me.
Okay.
So give him the screen. You don't need a paper. Just draw on the screen with your nail. Who's writing? Hello? Are you using the screen?
We'll just give him a moment, I think.
Can you connect this back?
So, Mr. Keshe.
Yeah, open your camera.
Okay. I've got to open, try to open my camera. Where can I? Wait a minute.
At the bottom of your line, you have a microphone, camera, and man, just click it on open, and then you have to share your screen on the right-hand side.
Here saying you cannot start your video because the host stop it. They give me attention with this.
Yeah, because I think Rick, you have to stop sharing that he can come in.
Let me see.
Just wait 1 second.
You can just ask to start the video, Rick, and he can just click the yes button.
There we go. That should work. Let me
Yeah.
get off. Yeah.
No, set.
Just wait 1 second. Wait 1 second.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Rick is trying to come out and share that you can share.
Okay.
Just wait. Just got to see Rick that Rick's screenshots down is still there.
Yeah, it's no, it's shut down as far as he should be able to show his video now.
Okay, can you share your camera?
There might be a button that came up in the main screen. Or, there you go. Yep.
Okay. Now we have your face. We know how to get you. Turn your camera down that we can see the paper, please.
I know I have portable camera, Mr. Keshe. I have only one stupid tablet.
Okay, turn the face of your laptop down. We see it.
How I must? The host has asked you to start your video. Okay.
Yeah, we see you. Your video is just started. We can see it. There's no problem.
What Mr. Keshe means is just pull the cover of your laptop down and the camera will show on your desk then. Does that make sense? To show the camera on the desk?
He's on a tablet.
Ali has a tablet. He usually draws something and then holds it in front of the tablet. He has it propped up on his desk so that he can...
Gotcha. Right.
Upside down to you.
Yes. Just turn it.
You have to record it somehow.
But if
You look good for a man who's been hiding. You've been hiding well.
this is not good for in our culture. Sorry, excuse me, but I cannot show you my dirty table.
Just draw the picture and then hold it in front of the screen. So
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Draw it, and hold it up.
Wait a minute. If I paint something and put it here like
Yeah.
that, you can see.
Yeah. Draw it and then hold it up. We see it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Very.
I think if you Vince, give him you can write on your screen and we see it. You know the screen you're looking at, you read, you write. Your laptop, there's an option in Zoom that you can use your screen to write as normal when we read it.
Mr. Keshe, excuse me, please. 450 euros a month from welfare office to my surviving, and I couldn't buy laptop because I have tablet.
The same, you write on the tablet. There is an option on your screen on Zoom which allows to use your tablet face as a paper.
Yeah.
Can you guide him, Rick?
I think I have to have the other blank screen up first, and then you can go into, I think it's options, and you can select the tools for the for drawing on your screen. Understand? Here's a blank screen to start with, and you should be able to go into tools. I believe it is. I don't have it
on the top. On the top, there is a tool. You press it, it comes down, and it says
annotate. I believe is what it's called, right? Annotate.
Yes, it's under options and it says annotate. Yeah.
Right. Mine says annotate.
If your program is with the Windows, you cannot connect it with the Android program because my tablet is not available for Windows program. You cannot sharing with some program because not accepted.
But are you on Zoom? This is all on Zoom, so Zoom can't. You don't have different things to select on Zoom. You can go to option and annotate.
It's Jelly Bean software.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that means I guess it's you can't do that then? Is that the bottom line?
Well, you need to go full screen first.
I'm on full screen.
In the upper part, it says options because the software is Zoom, has nothing to do with the operating system.
Ali, excuse me, Ali, do you have a picture of a pencil anywhere on your screen?
No, I have option here. No, I have nothing.
Okay. So how about let's just go back to the drawing it and holding it in front of the camera. That was going to work, I think, okay.
Okay.
Oh, hello. I got cut off. I just come back in.
Oh, okay, Mr.
It's okay, Mr. Keshe. We're just getting set up here, and I think Ellie's just going to hold it in front of the camera because of the software he's using.
Okay, so your camera's back on there now, Ali. Everything's working there.
Can I see my face? Can I see my ugly face? Yes.
Oh, you have a good face. You haven't seen mine yet.
I hope you probably got to save me from meat.
The biggest problem is when he holds up a picture in front of the camera, we have to direct him which way to hold it, or backwards or forward for focus, because once he holds the picture in front of the screen, he can't see the screen.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
You could cut 2 eye holes in the picture.
Perfect.
Wait, I was trying to writing some formula for Mr. Keshe because he's a nuclear physicist and.
I don't understand formulas, huh?
Really?
Show us pictures how you made your plate.
You're joking.
Yeah, that's what we asked you to do. You don't see any formulas in any of my books.
This is not for you, Mr. Keshe. This is for knowledge seekers who are in a schizophrenic situation.
Ah, good morning. You understand that. That's thanks God.
Because which people in schizophrenic psychology, you cannot explain them by explaining. You must show them. You must come in front of them by such form. When they start to read on, they said, "Oh yes, it was. I know this. Yeah, but how we cannot see blah blah blah." But if you come by your ways, by explanation, they cannot understand because they're not ready. Because they put it one glass, like how it's put it on the horse, and they can see where they're looking only. They cannot see around. That's all.
Can you show us the design of this plate? Because it's important. I'll tell you later on why.
It's coming, Mr. Keshe.
Tomorrow teaching, you can do everything in writing. Try to write these and just hold them up.
So this is a formula for the.
You can't see it. You can come closer, back a bit, upright. No, go forward. Come forward, forward, forward. Tilt it a little bit. Okay, okay, okay. Now you got to move it across the paper that we can read it. Move it left to right, slowly. Yeah, okay, a bit more, no, the other way, the other way, the other way, the other way, the other way. Come down a little bit, come down, going up, come down, okay. Come a bit closer, closer, closer. No, okay, go back to the left and start again. Now we can read it, but we can't see the whole formula.
From here?
Yeah, go very slow. Yeah, we can see it. Come a little bit closer. Closer a little bit. Okay. Yeah, just carry on to the other side that we can read it. Okay, carry on. More, 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 more. Yes, you see what you've written there now is what Einstein could not explain.
It's coming here.
Yes, we've seen the two. We've seen both lines. You see, this is where in the paper I say Einstein never understood, and he made a lot of assumptions. This, how you write this formula, explains all that in a very easy way. You made my life very easy.
Maybe because of this God created me. Who knows?
Okay, carry on. Teach us.
So
now we want to see the shape of the disk. How you made the disk that it could levitate.
We started building machine now. Yes, I don't.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm interested. I'm interested your the shape of your aluminum foil. What was inside it?
Aluminum foil. It was like
aluminum plate. Yeah.
Okay.
Ali, do you have the picture that you drew 3 or 4 days ago for me?
It was what I showed you before. It was I explained you.
Yeah, you drew a picture. Is that still laying around, or did you get rid of it? The picture that you drew, yeah, with the that shows.
I'm drawing again. I'm drawing again. No problem, because I know what I'm doing. Don't worry.
Okay. Okay. Draw it. Draw it. I have to do something.
Yes, Mr. Keshe.
Just wait 1 second. Just, I'm on another screen doing something because I have to be somewhere. I'm going to delay it. Just wait 1 second.
Okay.
Because what you're showing, it makes my life much easier in the future. So I prefer to delay this, which is important.
Sorry, guys, I can't. The jungle man.
Okay, okay. Wait 1 second. Let it go through.
Was I not have money to cutting my hair to pay barber?
Okay. Let me come back to you. I'm coming back. Okay, carry on. I can see you now.
Mm-hmm.
Come close again. Close, 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 close. Yeah. Yes, okay. We know this. This is a known condition. So, carry on.
But is unknown condition is here, I think.
Come closer. Go the other way.
Here's a one point here.
The black in the middle.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Go to the left. Go to the left. No, no, don't put it down. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. Mm-hmm. The thing is, some people don't notice. No, we don't want to see the other side. Your positive, negative.
Yeah.
You see, you have put 2 plates. You have a positive, negative, and negative, positive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Explain to people what does this mean.
This is polarization.
Yes, but explain to us. It's an aluminum plate.
This plate?
No, the other side, the other side, the other side, the other side, where you show positive, negative, yeah.
No,
yes.
no, don't think it's aluminium or something. You can create this from iron, from metal. This is in metal state. We can.
Yes, but what I'm interested in, no, I'm talking about why have you put positive and negative on the same plate?
Because you can create this side with the positive and negative also, and this side also you can manipulate positive and negative if you want.
How do you do it? Explain to us how you manipulate it.
Very easy. So
explain.
Is in the middle. If you position in this plate, okay, here, you start to have.
Pardon, can you show us?
Okay.
Yeah. Come closer, come closer. Closer, closer, closer. Yeah.
From here.
Yes.
This is down for spread out for the fillings, and this up spreader to spread out the fillings. But what kind of fillings spread out you can manipulate, pulses or minus. I mean,
yeah, but how do you connect the fields to the plates?
Is it here?
With a wire.
With the wire, yes, in the middle, yes.
But you made a wire coil at the bottom and open at the top.
Yes. But at the same time, from this side, for example, clockwise, this way is counterclockwise. But is the same
I tell you, we just okay, that's good. So now you do clockwise and anti-clockwise.
Yes, if I want, but at the same time, if I want, I'm changing polarity this separately and this one separately also.
Okay. So what did you put in the middle of the gap?
Wait, didn't finish yet. Please wait.
Okay, okay. While you are doing it, I just give the people in the background the news. Just come in. We just gonna check it, but primarily, 2 doctors have confirmed today that the plasma pen can destroy cancer cells, can be used for cancer. That's the good news. Go on. Hello? Repeat, we can't hear you.
Okay, for working this system, what I'm showing you, you need these 3 balls here.
3 balls?
Yes, but in these 3 balls, by the 120 degrees angles each other, like this.
Like the base of the star formation.
Like this.
Yeah, the way we do it, yeah.
And what I'm positioning this coil I saw you clockwise and anti-clockwise. Is it sitting or the middle?
Yeah.
So, but these three balls, could manipulate the polarity. I mean, you can.
What are these balls made of? What are these balls made of?
The same construction, this big coil, because this coil is positioning in the middle. This,
yeah.
And
yeah.
in small ball have small version, small.
So you have again capacitor inside polarity.
Here,
inside each ball.
Yes.
Okay.
And at the same time also is you can manipulate the polarity.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all. When you're looking from outside, by naked eyes, you can see all this.
Yeah. Come a little bit closer. Come a little bit closer that we can see.
Okay.
A little bit. Okay.
You can be coming in the machine. I don't like to craft or spaceship because it's not spaceship. I mean, it was.
So what do you see now? When you put these three and the plate on the top, what do you see?
Which? This one? You mean?
No, you put a plate on the top with a black in the middle, and then three matching ones at the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
What happens now?
Okay. On this moment, I must go to give you one question. Do you believe exists electron? Yes.
Yes, there's a package of fields called electron.
Do you believe have positron?
When it moves different direction due to the forces according to its area, I explained this in the book. Yes. Positron is created out of the condition of the magnetic field forces in respect to the inside forces. It means environmental gravitational magnetic field dictates the rotation of the another plasma, clockwise or anti-clockwise. This I've explained in the book.
Okay, Mr. Keshe. I didn't say you didn't explain. I'm talking now not because of you to give you explanation. I'm talking now for knowledge seekers.
Yeah, we understand this is correct. That's what they have to understand. This is why I always compare it with Venus. Venus is the only planet which is going positron because of the field forces of the sun in respect to its internal field forces. We know that. We've done that. We've seen it in the reactor operations that rotation changes because of the fields in different directions. We know this fully now. Okay, explain to it.
Is it true that the positron is not just the spin, it is the charge that's different? It's the same size as an electron, but it's a positron.
Yeah, it is. No, it's not a charge. It's the field forces in respect to the environment of it. It changes the rotation. It's it's just a magnetic field internally and externally.
Is the reality is turning? If I'm keeping this ashtray and turning from the clockwise, I'm continuing the same direction. But when I'm taking upside, I start to seeing this turning anti-clockwise. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes.
When I'm start clockwise here, I'm seeing clockwise. But when I start moving this from the upper, I'm changing position, direction, relativistic.
No, but go upper and have a look. Still goes clockwise.
Yes, but reality But from this side, for me, no. Anyway.
Okay, carry on.
So, okay, if you believe the positron, how you
So you done that. What did you see when you put the three balls and the main ball to each other?
Wait a minute, Mr. Keshe, please. You be insist. Just you must how to say open the box of Pandora. What we have here, upstairs, further up from this is an electron. But downstairs is the same particle like the electron. What we're calling from here is electron. When we're coming downstairs, how is it explained, Mr. Keshe? We start to name it as a positive. That means one clockwise, one anti-clockwise. But at the same time, there is electron. And at the same time, electron is plasma. That means we're using clockwise, like example, clockwise plasma upstairs, but anti-clockwise plasma around.
Okay. Let me add to the knowledge which you just brought in.
Yes, sir.
And add it in a different direction. What you just explained is applicable if you were in a matter state environment like Earth. Electrons and positrons do not exist in the open space of the environment, in the open space, the way you explain it. So let's generalize it, okay? Let's add to it. That is applicable in open space. Yeah?
I didn't finish.
Okay, carry on.
Thank you very much. Somehow, I'm in the Keshe Foundation. I found.
Just wait 1 second. I have to move away from the man with the lawnmower cutting. Okay. Just give me 1 second.
Can you try muting Mr. Keshe, and then he can continue?
Yeah, but okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Carry on.
Yes, Mr. Keshe is right. Because in the state, you spread out electron from here and positron from this side, and you're moving in the matter state. This is true. With this machine, I'm coming until end of, no, I'm coming in space even. I'm coming in space, nearly maybe the last layer, because I see dark space and I see star. After,
can you repeat that again?
Okay. With this way, you can moving till end of where's the limit of magnetic gravity, macro powers, which is come from the Earth, till they go to keeping a weight, because heavier is in matter state, till the last end, last point, last Coulomb barrier, end of the Coulomb barrier are coming. Okay?
Yeah, we call it the atmosphere interaction of the field between the environment and your system.
Until last layer I coming.
Yeah.
More than after than there, because it was I'm in matter state.
Yeah.
It was I know have enough power to beat Earth gravity, because magnetically I beat it. If you beat it magnetically, you can go far. You go up. I couldn't beat it because of magnetic and gravity working together. You cannot divide it between them. So I come back. I landing. After what I start thinking, why I cannot move? Why there's one power is keeping me and doesn't give me chance? I coming until my one level. I push it. I'm prove it, but I cannot living from the earth. Like, okay, I couldn't do this. And after I start to think, I must living from the matter state. Because it's magnet, I'm taking to magnet. I started playing with the magnet. Because gravity is magnet. They teaching us this way in the school. Always they showing us square, flat magnet. How is it you're showing, Mr. Keshe? I started playing with the magnet. When I was playing, I started to think, is it magnetism, is magnetized, is working on the matter.
Yes. This is what I was explaining a couple of days ago, that up to now, we only overcome the matter state inertia, not the gravitational field forces of maggrav. And this is exactly what you explained. I was teaching this in past 2-3 days. That
after I started,
listen. Go back and try to explain this now that they can understand better. Now they understand why I carry so much magnet. Explain just the last 2 minutes when you start playing with the magnets. Start explaining that, because this is a very crucial point that nobody has ever understood.
I have this magnet until today. I have with me. I keeping with me. I keeping like my how to say good luck.
Yeah. How many magnets do you use? 1 or 2?
Many pieces. Wait, I will show you.
Okay. You see, this is what I was explaining in the teaching past especially past 2-3 days, is that if you saw in the Sensano, we go to 10.6 and we go back to 13.5 kilo, because this is the inertia which we cannot overcome, and this is the inertia field forces. But the magnetical we can control. Until you don't play with the magnets, which is a matter, you don't know how to overcome it. And now he has done. So let him explain it, that you understand why you get the weight reduction, like the fat boy. They lose few grams, but they can't overcome to lift. So let him explain. Carry on. Explain. Hello?
No.
You can explain now.
So it was. I don't remember if some people remember. It was the first time as Apple Macintosh they start to giving for out some computers. Is actually my starting for using computer was Commodore 64. After I'm changing Commodore 128, blah blah blah. Anyway, is very strong, too strong from the disk driver.
Yeah.
Time, it was best time.
They are round. They are not square. They are round magnets.
It was round, but I broke it.
Yeah.
Broke them. If you see, it's a stake. It's a piece of piece. I broke it all because it was when I'm playing, because it's too strong. But it was not flat. It was like a disc, but a round shape. Whoa! I tried to get it, but it's jumping for about 12 meters. And this jumping start to like me, my brain is my blob, like a light. I said, okay, Ali, magnet can pulling each other. You see? They have power. But if I limit this magnet, they don't stay up. They're not fly. Why? That means I must delete not to magnetic. I must delete to make it to gravity.
Repeat that again, please.
Okay, sir. I'm playing with the magnet like this. I saw from one distance it's jumping, flying and jumping to connect it, attracted for another magnet. Okay, this is have power, they attract each other. You see, boom, go. But if I limit this magnet, it's fell down. These have power to attract each other, but they don't have power to can be fly. If when I go to open to, I need some power. If they have that much power, this magnet, if they have that much power, they could to jumping from some about 5 centimeters. Why they don't stay afloat and fell down? Why? This question is make me able to fly. Because when we go to educate in school, all knowledge seekers are talking. When we're going to learn, we're starting from the infant school even, they never ever go to teach us to give this 2 questions. First of all is why and how. 2. If we never go to asking this using this question, why and how, we never ever will go to further. Because they're teaching us never go to ask these 2 questions, because they put it us like this glass. This how is called Mr. Keshe this glass? This horse?
Whole system. They control your brain.
Yeah, that's all.
Do you know why they control? Because when they have to answer it, it shows they're ignorant, they don't understand. So by blocking you, asking these 2, cover their ignorance and lack of knowledge.
These 2 questions, why, how, and why. Why and how. Because they blocked us not to go to asking this question. When I'm seeing first time this formula, what I'm showing you, Mr. Keshe, here, when I'm showing from the Einstein, I started using this. I don't know, from Allah Ta'ala will coming this idea to me, or this powerful for me. Push me to ask 2 questions: why and how. And now you see this Einstein formula is here. On the one regular technician hands. And these people who's put this education, all of this what we're reading, they stealing from us 200 years from human being. From human rights is 200 years.
So explain to us how you overcome it.
Okay, I'll continue. But I'm not sure if I'm correct or not, because when I lost my disc, that's when it started catastrophe for, because my student
Armen,
cousin.
can you say you got cut off? When what?
Hey, you remember what I'm telling before is I lost my disc
Yes.
to become like transparent or going for another dimension. I don't know what's happening. Exactly, this is true. I swear to Allah Ta'ala with a yameen, I don't know what's happening exactly. Maybe it will be transparent, maybe, you know, Planck number, Mr. Keshe. Planck
I'm
number,
listening.
in Planck number. Come on, you're a physicist. You know what does it mean, Planck number?
No, I can't hear what you say. What number?
Plant number.
Planck number.
Planck number, yeah.
Yes. And after Planck number, we cannot go further to seeing some particles or some matter, some matters, they said. Start today.
Planck number, Planck, you know, mother, I say Planck number was made for the planks. You know what plank means in English, huh? the plank in English, to those who don't understand the terminology, means for a stupid. Okay, carry on.
These stupid scientific scientists, what they see is a quantum form. They name it quantum form. Its reality is not quantum form. It's reality, which part will come smaller and smaller, divided. You know, is a neutron divided proton, electron, and electron. Where's going electron? Was you asking question?
We lost you. Can you repeat?
Oh, I remember your teaching in one day. You said you're giving us explanation for about division of proton and neutron or electron. What is a neutron? It was, you said, if you go to asking from one physicist. Okay, what's the neutron? Is neutral polarity, polarization of proton. Okay, what's proton? Proton is clockwise, blah, 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 it's the same. What's the neutron when you go to asking this? Sorry, what's the electron? When you go to asking this question for the physicist, explain me what's the electron, nobody will give you answer. You said this. So, this is correct. Definitely, completely, and Alhamdulillah, Allah Ta'ala will send you for us to giving us to light. So, where is going this electron when divided and divided? You asking this question also. But always they teaching us half, not complete. Which electron divide and go will come like this quantum, what we see. Is reality this quantum form is barrier of our division. Is a Planck number, what we're seeing is barrier wall of our division. If we can scratch it this like a curtain, we have in our universe. Because this is between two universes, is divided as skirt or Yeah, piece of shit, like that. And now with your teaching, we have this technology. We have this possibility. We can destroy, we can open the skirt, and we can jump in other universe.
Ali, if I can interject, when Mr. Keshe says we lost you, can you repeat? He means that we missed the audio of like the last 4 or 5 seconds. Not that he doesn't understand what you're saying. He's just letting you know that we missed some audio.
Okay.
Okay. Now explain to us the step with after the magnet. What happened?
What I told you last time, I said plug number.
No. Carry on. But you showed us at the magnet, and then you understood about the falling of the magnet to create separation and lift. Carry on from there on.
If you don't give me chance, I told what I want to explain now.
Okay, yeah, carry on. Okay. Somewhere your microphone moves. Try to keep your microphone in the same place that we can hear it.
This is spy guys. They try to doing job because they.
Okay, carry on.
So it's a Planck number. Where we're seeing is the quantum form is reality. This quantum form like one piece of shit. Okay. If you put to destroy this piece of shit, you can jump to it. From what we're seeing in the Planck number, this is between our universe and the close and next joint, because the universe is like that. Between us and other universe is like one slim membrane, like a membrane. If we could to open this in other universe. So, and with which technology which knowledge you have to giving us, we can doing this.
But tell us how you see that you achieve a lift and separation.
I'm coming there. One day, I'm trying to, for example, this coil, these two Tesla coil opposite, okay? In them, they have like potential, like capacitor, like so. When I'm charging a load, I'm burn bottom. It's burned. They get heat and start to get a fire, they burn. I cannot stop the fire. But you know what's happened? It's funny things. Days after, when I come in my workshop, it was, I'm waiting to burn everything, but it doesn't burn everything. It was become a black, like another coating. Because of heat, they get a burn. They get because on the wire, on the winding wire, we have like lac, you know, synthetic lac.
Yeah.
And this synthetic lac was start to get a burn, and it was in the middle. What I'm churning this plastic, I don't remember, like a plastic tube, like this. And I'm winding it on because I need an air gap. And this plastic material completely burned, but after, not to fall down, not to melt, they stay completely. Why? I don't know. if you go to asking me why it's staying this way, why it happened, because I'm not chemist. Then after I get lazy. I think because each coil you must winding more than 100, so you start to get Tesla effect. If you're down from 100, cannot to get resonance. I said, fuck up. Who's will go to start to tying up again and again, tying? I touching a button. Like this is go. That's all. Then when I'm trying to pulling it back from the cable, because I get a panic, what's happening? Because it was I never experienced some such kind of things. I'm pulling back, coming and punching my face. You can make it 60 centimeters disc, coming and as aluminium and all these tools, all these things in there, so they come very heavy, and then you got to broken your nose. Now, when I meet your teaching, Mr. Keshe, after I understand when it was going to burn this coil, will get by themselves as nanocoating. Then I start to repeat. I start to copy this burn cable. It was I'm burning the fire, and I'm coiling, I'm winding more bigger, more stronger Tesla coil. And that's time when you're sitting in the middle of this shielding, you cannot explain how many colors you see. I never ever, I didn't see in all my life. And you know what you feel? It's cold. Cold. Temperature, no exist temperature. And your mind, your brain will go to felt in empty, because how you cannot recognize the time. That's time, this moment. Your brain felt in the empty, because first of all, when I'm sitting, I'm seeing these shieldings around me, these colors. After I start, I don't know how long I'm staying inside. I said, hey, Ali, what is this? Where are you? I lost my mind. I mean, my recognizing, because I think it's time we got to finish there. You're going out of time. Time in this shielding, it doesn't work. Sorry, Mr. Keshe, I'm smoking.
You don't listen. You don't need the Turkish security to kill you. You're killing yourself with cigarettes. You better slow down.
Because of this, I'll go to tell you, when we build by plasma technology, with the plasma technology, what I'm doing is accidentally everything. But this craft, when we have to go to build, I understand everything, what we're talking, when I start to following you. For me, it will come for everything. You open for me is a universe. Can I reading star by star? can I reading all of universe? This is true, Mr. Keshe. Elhamdülillahi Rabbil Alemin. Rabbil Alemin has sent you to us to save humanity. Alhamdulillah. You're very big gift for us. Because it's promised time, it's very soon. How said Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, not past, is never passed in 1,500 years. Now we in 1,446 or 47. We have a little time. In this time, in this period of time, we must moving how many people we can saving from this planet.
Have you ever lost anything in the lift?
I lost, you mean?
Yeah, have you lost any disk? Have you lost any system?
First testing, it was I lost one of 3 balls.
Did you find it?
No. Why, Mr. Keshe?
I'll explain this in the coming days. Is there any more you can tell us?
For example?
Any more you can teach us? Why did you leave the army? Why did they ask you to leave?
Because because of my stupid cousin who's working with me. We're doing together this experiment, all of this experiment. He got to speak with his big brother. He's also my nephew, and he's working for Armen. And he got to talk with him about what I'm lost in this small disc, 60 centimeters. Okay. And you know how it's working his army. They come in, knock at the door. They invited me first of all in police station. After police station, they sent me in foreign ministry. Then after they sent me to the head of armies generally. Then they start to sing song, you know, for the patriotic song. Ali, you are brilliant, you are this, you are this, blah, blah, blah. And what their plan is not to build a craft. It was they urgent problem. We must create a cover shield for the submarine. Because you know you cannot using high frequency under the water. You must using a long wave signal. And long wave signal, when they start to moving under the water, they for far distance they not lost power, but when they found a deep place, they staging themselves and they could to broken is very easily when found some materials from them. And when they understand around this, and even can I changing ways from light because of this coming is transparent, because light never turns back to our eyes. We're recording. But light coming, punching and going another way because of shielding. And they asked from me if I could to create this shielding around of submarine to cover the radar signal. When I said no, it was 2001. I said no, and 2 hours after I found myself here in Greek site. It's not Turkish site.
Why, they dropped you there?
I dropped myself. But if you go to ask, I don't know.
You're in Turkey now.
No, I'm in Cyprus. I'm in Larnaca.
Ah, you're in Larnaca. Beautiful place. Been there.
I know.
What I tell you, what I'm going to offer you. If you want, move to Barletta, to Italy. We take all charges of your expenses. We bring you as part of the Keshe Foundation group family. And I give you all the facilities and added knowledge to be able to build the first spaceship on the 15th of September.
Mr. Keshe, I told you my problem. I have two big problems. One problem, I now have pocket money because I have to get benefit from welfare office.
We said we pay for it. You'll be covered by the Keshe Foundation.
And secondly, I have 250 for park penalty. Have 2 years, I didn't go to pay them. And they put me in stop list. I cannot move in from airport.
Put it this way, I'm not going to discuss this with you here. Get in touch with, go through Vince. Vince, put him through Secure Way to me. We cover everything for you. You become part of the Keshe Foundation family team, and you go under the full payments of the Keshe Foundation for everything. Then whatever you have, we facilitate.
I want to say something last, please. If I can, please.
Carry on.
If I come there next to you, you never ever, how to say, save yourself from me, because I will come like you will come like my stepfather after. And I will come like
thank you very much. Thank you very much. What to do, because we see things happening in the background. There are people who are working with the intelligence services to disturb the structure. You can move into Italy, speak to Vince and Rick or people around us. They know how to facilitate everything for you. We can lift you out of Cyprus within days. We pay for everything. If there is anything to be paid, we organize for your living, and you become as part of the Keshe Foundation team on a full-time payroll of the foundation at the scientist level. Whatever you have is no problem. I don't discuss it online. But what I want you to do is make arrangement to move to Italy if you have your passport.
Yes, I have. I don't need passport, Mr. Keshe, because Cyprus in the European Union.
Yeah, but you need a passport to go through the customs. You need hello?
Yes, I hear you.
So get in touch with Vince, make arrangement. I'll come back to you. I've got a meeting arranged today. Vince knows about it. So I'm back here about 6, 7 o'clock my time. Today and tomorrow, what I want to do, if you want to come back on tomorrow and explain that, but tomorrow I'll teach a very different way of producing plasma and dynamic plasma, which in a way adds to the knowledge you brought us. And this, what I'm going to explain tomorrow, it's an unknown science, but it's active in the universe. So, pardon?
Control, how it was controlling. We forgot about
the control is very easy.
I know it's very easy, but I want to, or you will explain tomorrow.
You want to tell us more?
No, if you said it's control, I know it's control is very easy. I was working, I know it's I want to share with the knowledge seekers, with my brothers, my sisters.
Carry on, explain. We listen.
So here we have a star formation positioning. 3 balls. What we call it is like sphere is here. Three sphere. If you put it this 1 and 2 is positive, you will must put it this negative. That's time you shift from this side, start going up, and negative side start going down. I mean,
have you done this? Have you done this?
You change a polarity here. How was I explain? This sphere we have is this small one is inside. You change this polarity. Also, you are changing it. Fill up polarity. This. Yeah. If this one is minus, here else is we have positron. All around we have positron. In the positron, if you manipulate to become electron, and this one is electron, 2 of them shift will go to taking this position and moving this way. If you want to stretch the ship, you stop to manipulate for this and it comes straight position.
If you look at the plate which we showed in the last teaching with Marco, this have a look in the last teaching. I can't remember which number it is, 73, 74, whatever, 72. You see, instead of 3 reactors, we use 12. We use 12 point of reference, which is more accurate. So you can dictate not only the up and down, you dictate the direction of the impingement of the plasma too. I explain this tomorrow.
I didn't talk about up and down. I was also to moving for the acceleration for your ship. You're in empty space now. Is there no gravity, nothing. Without you have plasma. You are like plasma in this condition, okay?
Yes, but the thing is, you have to have full control of the speed, direction, and position. You have to create. And that's why the system which we showed on the platform, 3 platform the last days, as I said to Marco, this will do everything we need in a space. So you are partially there, but in tomorrow's teaching we open everything more open. Maybe then you can add to our knowledge after that.
It was I couldn't say your because
you're breaking up. Can you repeat, please?
Okay. I couldn't found chance. I couldn't do watching. I couldn't listening your 75th teaching because it was a voice when you start explaining for about spaceship about half. Last time was very bad words and I couldn't understand nothing what about you talking.
We do this from the beginning, from scratch tomorrow, because I've received a lot of people wanting to start, so we start explaining about the spaceship from the scratch, the new technology, the new way to create dynamic plasma, the way you control the polarity of the plasma without ever touching any physicality. So tomorrow's teaching will do that, but there are a couple of announcements we have to make before that. And then you can join me and explain things we learn from you while I'm teaching.
All he missed in the 75th workshop, he could not get the audio of the last hour when you were explaining the spaceship.
Yeah, we had a problem. We didn't know that the headphone wasn't put on. All the voices came through the microphone of the camera. So we realized a bit late. So tomorrow, hopefully, we won't have that problem. But we'll start from the scratch, and we'll explain how you control the polarity of the plasma, and then you'll find out that in a strange way, Ali showed us by positioning physically the 3 balls, but in our reactors we leave the nature of the cores to dictate the positioning. You've never done this. Tomorrow I explain this. We have developed a system which will do the energy and control and lift together. Tomorrow we opened a lot of new technologies, which is part of the push for the world peace, pressurizing the governments to break through. So, inshallah. So we see, if for those who don't understand, inshallah means with the hope of God, He'll be with us. If you're still alive, I'm still alive. But we open a new direction in the world, in a man's knowledge of transportation, energy, and dynamism in motion without need for any motors. Now that we come into the plasma technology, motors are irrelevant because we can convert the energy of the plasma to a rotation or a movement at the point of the matter strength anytime we wish, with the present knowledge we are gaining. So the systems already made, there are a group of people that work in the background, have already developed it, they're actually getting tested. They know who they are if they're on the line listening. And we show a new dimension in the world of manipulation of plasma. The people around us have been very correct. I asked them nothing to be disclosed till we get to the point. You will find out we needed to go through this process of learning. And partially what you showed as a Tesla coil, we show a plasma coil. A plasma coil has the ability to, like a chameleon, to adapt itself to its environmental pressures, magnetic gravitational pressures. So lift, motion, what you call shielding is part of the natural phenomena with the structure of the plasma. We have these, what do you call it, this system built. The people who have built it and when they're testing it, they don't even themselves understand in so many ways what they're testing. But they're testing in a way for different applications, but in reality, it's for implication of the space technology in the coming weeks. Humanity is ready to move. It's just that we have to choose the time. Yes.
I want to be your student. I want to learn this plasma from the beginning, from the zero. If I not put away this method teachings away from my brain, I cannot absorb what you're giving us. And because of this, I want to start from zero, from the beginning, and I'm learn correctly way plasma technology. Then inshallah, if Allah Ta'ala will giving license to me, I'll be first test pilot for the coming in open space.
Oh, we will see how many of us can get on board. But the interesting thing with your position is you have managed to achieve what I call illusion of being there and not seeing. not being seen. You understand it partially. You have managed to create the plasma, what we call shielding, but there are more to understand that how this plasma shielding can be used to create a new environment, but controlled environment of a structure.
There's a
We
point,
can't
Mr.
jump
Keshe.
in the ball. We can't jump in the ball all stuck on top of each other. We have to have a structure that we can place each other. So
Yes.
the whole purpose of the teaching from tomorrow is that purpose. And as I said, this morning I received the beautiful news. Caroline has already passed on to Vince, I hope, that our plasma technology has proven to be correct for cancer by doctors. And it's taken them so rapidly to show. It's just today has been released that the plasma pen, we got to read how correct it is, what it is, but the initial review is that it works. And if you understand that and what they explain in the paper, then we see the next step that the technology breakthrough is literally there. It's no need to be broken through, but we have to be prudent that it does not get abused in killing another man. We see the agents of government working very hard. Even governments and the world banking system has come to our defense. As you've seen on the internet, they put a thing on that I'm a fraud, it's an iCloud, and they're going to the bank. The bank police is watching every move of these people. They're on the watch. Very soon they'll be in prison because they think they're going to imprison, because they don't want to see this technology through. Mr. Dirk Lorentzens has been paid huge amount of money to block with all sorts of things. Now we know 10 years what we didn't do. Scientists like you, people like you who come and share, are showing to the government how knowledge is free and without any condition. We are watching what's happening. Tomorrow we unravel how these people, I'm worried about your safety. But on the other hand, I'm not worried about your safety because now we share the knowledge. Knowledge, now they have to kill 20, 30 people. So the cat is out of the bag. People, when I asked you to do this, immediately to come online, because we made a mistake with Alex. We said to Alex, you come next week and explain. And in that week, Dirk Lorentzens, through the security service of Belgium, called a child, threatened to kill a child, his daughter. Alex can tell you that, because they are pedophiles. They only work on children. Tomorrow we open the book, how they operate, because then people have no fear. I understand your security. Pardon?
I know how children, I have only my head. If they want to...
No, we are all the same. We're all the same. But you have to understand the pressure on people who break new knowledge. You broke a new knowledge. It's shared. They cannot stop it. That's why today, with the experience of Alex, I told you, go on now. Because tomorrow could be too late. Knowledge is not shared. You understand? So the process is to share. We know how it's shared. They put a petition on the internet to fill in, to call the World Bank and the ABN AMRO fraud squad. The bank is watching them how it's coming. The warrants and the move are made to arrest these people. They are not going to go for us because we opened our books, they checked our documents. Yeah? So by a standard, they got them, and they're all Belgians, they're all pedophiles. Nobody else is complaining except the Belgians and the pedophiles. They're all there, and Dirk Lorentzens has them. So you have to understand, we don't accuse. Now we are very open. We've been asked for security purposes to open the book and shut them down. Because I don't let you to go under what I went, even though you've been past 15 years. The petition they put on the internet to make Keshe Foundation as a fraud, a pie in the sky cloud, now is in the hand of Interpol, is in the hand of the world banking system. You cannot go and make accusation and do these things. These people have put their name, we got all their names listed. And it's not by us, now it's watched by the police. International police is watching how Belgium are lying and cheating to stop science is coming out that they can defraud later on. That's why I gave you room to talk immediately. We are watching everything, and the safety of the people around us is paramount to me and to the Keshe Foundation team. We are watching very closely. Mr. Declarations, we've seen the partition, police bank, banking police, Dutch police is watching every move you lot are making. You made a big mistake putting it on the net because now they have all the details. You're a pedophile. We prove it tomorrow how you're acting with the other pedophiles to block. I have no fear. You put things down, we show the reality. We work with the World Bank. We work with the banking system. And the protection of people who come around us is paramount to the foundation. And that's why I said, you come to Italy, we give you everything, because now, tomorrow, we open a new world of science. Up to now, and from now on, totality of the knowledge in plasma.
Okay, with whom I must contact?
You go to Vince and Dirk and Sandor and total people around us who are close in the foundation structure. They know all the channels. We know how to set you up and sort you out.
Okay, Mr. Keshe. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Come to Italy. I'll let you because you are one of the first one I've seen who understands. He just doesn't want to build. When you understand, you can explain it. And I'm sure in the teaching of tomorrow, be careful you don't fall off the seat. Because you understand the principle, you can manipulate it to the direction you want.
Ali Shandor says you have to confirm his Skype request, and then he can get you in touch with Vince.
Get in touch with Vince, and then it'll come through to me.
Oh,
okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Maybe I was in prison. I was in prison for 10 years in the hand of pedophiles. Maybe after 15 years, we can free you to add to the knowledge of humanity. And thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with us. But try to bring everything in. Try to position everything in a way that you can rapidly develop the position of the lift. You have managed 2 points, which coming out with it allows us the other people who manage the lift to come in to show as well. I needed somebody to come out, and you come out now. I can go with the rest of the people who have flown.
Mr. Keshe, do you know what does mean emanet? Emanet.
Yeah, yes, fully.
Okay, you're to me from your grandfather, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You are Sayyid.
We have to be correct in delivering the technology, because if we don't, then we cause problem. Then we have the same mistakes of the past.
Yes, sir.
We have to deliver the technology collectively, not individually, because individually they can shut us down. Now the knowledge is in the hand of 10, 20 people. Tomorrow the knowledge will be in the hand of millions.
Before coming days, we must take in people from this planet. I know only this, because this promise has been given from your grandfathers.
We'll see. We hope we can serve well. Gentlemen, I have to go. Do you want to finish this session or you want to carry on? I have an important meeting set up to go to.
I think we should finish the session if possible here, unless there's any burning questions, because it's over 5 hours.
You can ask all the questions tomorrow. Thank you very much for, thank you, Rick. Thank you, Vince, for accommodating today's session. It's beautiful.
Thank you very much,
Ali.
Thank you.
Bye-bye for today.
I apologize, Ali, if I haven't communicated properly in the past there, but maybe the time wasn't right until now.
Oh, everything has a time and a destiny.
Of course.
Thank you very much indeed. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Inshallah.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.
Okay. Okay, thanks to Mr. Keshe and to Ali and everyone today. And that's the end of today's Plasma Reactor group. It's Wednesday, August 26th now, and thank you everybody for attending. Close the live stream now and stop the recording.
Bye, Rick. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
All right.
Thanks, Ellie. I want to thank Ellie especially for holding his tongue this long. You've obviously had this planned out for a long time to be able to talk to Mr. Keshe like that and open yourself to him. So I want to thank you for all the frustration that you have endured up until this point. And
was half years for this,
yeah.
for this day, 1.5 years.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for all of us. We are
Back to you, Ali.
come like a family. We must come like a unit.
Yes.
So, I mean, with license with the creator, with the God, we're going a step further, and I want another our brothers, our sisters, they will put another knowledge to sharing all together. I want this. I want from all knowledge seekers, what they have, they go to sharing openly. Because if we're not sharing, we cannot moving further. Because Mr. Keshe, he's insist, he's waiting. We open a line, we open the door, or we knock at the door. If we don't knock at the door, he never got to open this door. Thank you again. Thank you for everybody.
Thank you, Ali.
Okay, I think we'll end the meeting there. That's a good high note to end things on. So see you all tomorrow. Most of us anyway, at the Knowledge Seekers Workshop.
Yes. Thank you everybody for coming.
Okay, bye-bye.